Well, I have an idea.
You know you got a hold on me like I never knew. Feeling that chemistry between me and you. Cause you've been on my mind all day and making moves all night. What you gonna do with me? Whatever you want to. Take five, living hard to explore ya. The wrist and the chills to your veins. One touch and a look and it's over, just a taste. You know I wanna love ya. Yeah, I like it how you do. You ain't like no other. I can't get enough of you. Pull me closer, skin to skin. Make me feel alive. I wanna love ya. Yeah, I like it how you do. There's no one like you. 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 You've exceeded all my expectations. But now without you, I'm losing patience. More than just someone, you're everything I want. Something about this love, I just gotta say. You know I wanna love ya. Yeah, I like it how you do. You ain't like no other. I can't get enough of you. Pull me closer, skin to skin. Make me feel alive. Oh, I wanna love ya. Yeah, I like it how you do. There's no one like you. 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 I like it how you do. You know I wanna love ya. Yeah, I can't get enough of you. There's no one like you. There's no one like you. There's no one like you.
If you wanna know motive, I was a young kid trying to get noticed. Big underdog psychosis, but I've been blessed with a vision and focus. Back then I never been so hopeless, but I kept living with the faith in process. So ill yet no diagnosis, thank God I had to make that progress. It's all about mindset, bells ring when I see that drifting. Been around and back to the point that I knew that it needed shifting. Cut off the man that would drag me down till I'm feeling lifted. Like ditch him, ditch him, ditch him, you would never see me switching. Dream up, setting that pace like I'm doing up FIFA. Innovating the scene with an ether. Lift up the team like follow the leader. How many times did I compromise to make deals on the side cause I got too eager? That's broke boy trying to get a feature. Now I get paid for the rhythm, it's leisure. Used to be so low, reminisce way back when I was alone. Got pain from my mind just a decade ago. This way that I rode was out of control. Can't tell a boy stick to the code if he got guilt living inside of his soul. Man, I have to pray to God to let it all go. We've been here before, if you know then you know.
I can't put you say behind my back cause you know I can't waste my energy on people that I don't see. You never could do anything that ever faced me. I'm not the type to hold a grudge cause I don't run away. I can't put you say behind my back cause you know I can't waste my energy on people that I don't see. You never could do anything that ever faced me. I'm not the type
Welcome everyone to Pro Hub League Season 1. We finally have our teams ready. It's not a qualifier, it's not anything of that nature. We are here for Playday number 1. I'm Waltz. I'm going to be casting your games. I am joined by the excellent, the incredible, the ineffable Rio. How are you today?
I'm doing great. I don't know if I can live up to that introduction, but everything he said before that is true. Today is Playday number 1. We've made it past the qualifiers. We have our top 8 teams. They are gonna bring it in. I lost all my train of thought. They are gonna bring it today like they haven't brought it before, and we are gonna have a blast as we get into these games. You want to discuss kind of we have a few changes to the league this season. Walt, you want to kind of run through just the few little changes that we have so far?
Yeah, so kind of the biggest changes are in length. Instead of doing quite so much time, we're not going to do 8 plays, we're doing 6. To make up for that, we're going to be playing 5 games of cash out for every single group. So instead of getting 12 games of cash out today, you're going to get 15. So we're going to play 5 games for each group. 12 teams, 3 groups. We're going to have 3 groups of 4 every single play day. We're going to be running 6 play days overall, so 3 straight weeks, no break in between. Then we're going to have our little mini break, and we have our playoffs and our championship. And the playoffs also matter a little bit more because some of the teams, the top team in the region, also gets a little bit of money, not just the winner of the championship itself at the very end, but the playoffs are also going to be a little bit of a payoff. So teams have some incentive to do well in their own region. So we shortened things down, we made it sweeter, we made it tighter. It's just a lot cleaner than it was last season, and hopefully enjoyable for everybody else because you'll get the chance to settle in, not have to worry about such a long period of time. We can keep it short, keep it sweet. Those are the biggest changes. I mean, there's a couple other small changes. We decreased the number of points per second, so teams are going to be gunning for first place in a way that they haven't before. You're going to see teams really hold back on trying to finish things up. Really hold back on pushing for that, maybe settling for second. But those are kind of their biggest changes.
Yeah, no, and one final change to mention is that we have a brand new look. So if you guys watched any of season 0, you noticed that things have changed. People put a lot of time and effort in the back end. So I quite like how it already looks. So I'm excited to see the rest of the changes, and I hope you guys are as well. But that brings us to our very first matchup of today. We are going to have 4 teams go in, and they are Fourth Party Cashbox, Team Ed, the Scallywags, and Via. You want to give us a kind of a rundown because we have some familiar faces here, Waltz.
Yeah, we do. So Scallywags is in many ways similar to what it was last time. I believe playing for Scallywags today, we have Zuki, Cool Cheese, and Belize. Cool Cheese, a newcomer to the game, not to the game, very long time player of the game, but a newcomer to PHL. Of course, Belize, we saw Belize a lot, and Zuki as well. We have Team Ed. Team Ed are sort of the remnants of the famous Halt House Finest squad. That squad has fully split up, one of the longest lasting teams in the game, and they have moved all their separate ways. So it is Team Ed with Lamp graduating and Normalize. Then we have Fourth Party Cashbox with some of the a lot of Team Via used to be on Fourth Party Cashbox. Brutal Logic being one of the sole remaining members. Apo, T Mills, Boo Boo, and Cartones are the remaining members of there. We're going to see who's playing for us today, with our final team being Team Via with Sergnol, Mr. Tinder, Cafaneo, and Grimlock. Like I said, a lot of players that we've seen before in the Pro Hub League. A lot of big names in this group, names that we've come to know and love. I'm excited to see where things go. Do you have any predictions as we get into this, Rio?
Ooh, I don't know because we have so many familiar faces that it's going to be interesting to see just how they play. We've had a few other little tournaments where I've seen some other people kind of show what they can do in this season, but it's a brand new season of Pro League. It's basically a brand new season of the game. So I don't know, and we are hopping right into Citadel. So I hope you guys are ready as we get started.
It's such a beautiful map, too. Excited to see what the teams do with this. We saw a lot of the EU teams play with this a lot earlier. A very early push by graduating to get his team set up in a position where you don't normally see them, but they've already been spotted out by Fourth Party Cashbox. They're dropping to the ground. The glitches are there, but Lamp finishes off Apo, looking for the second as well. Lamp finishes off T-Mills, looking for the third. Can he get the triple? Graduating, finish off Brutal Logic. But an aggressive movement from Team Ed is going to give them control of this first vault as we look towards the first cash outs.
Yep, that was a great fight to get things started. Lots of use of that infuser. Also seeing the 93R already in use by lots of teams, so maybe we're starting to see a meta form here. We're watching Zuki as he tries to get somebody down to the last little
nice
bit,
play.
and he is able to get Surginal down with that battle. He's going to get his teammates back up, and the Scallywags will take control of Vault 1 and bring it over to Cash Out A.
I am intrigued to see what meta starts to develop because, like you said, we have a lot of 93R. We've seen, mostly winches, almost entirely winches. We've seen a lot of gas mines starting to come out by different teams because there's no Cerberus. Apo looking for a pick, not able to find it, but he does know where the team is, so gets that information for his team. Fourth party cash box trying to catch back up. We've also seen. Oh, almost picks the hit. His team is going to give him a full heal. Belize is going to be back on his feet in just a moment. The RPG is there. Now it's Apo on the run. His team close behind him. Drops a glitch, but they followed through. Belize is actually down. They finished off the second. T-Mills with the pike going to work. But Zuki, with his 93R, doing a lot to keep them from being comfortable. Still alive, but he's going to be able to full res Cool Cheese, and that's going to give them their medium and the defibs as they look to reset, come back in, and retake this point.
Yep, and Scallywags are now losing this cash out to the fourth party cash box. They have taken over, they've got some goo set down, and we see their positioning as well. They've pretty much spread out all over it, and they're just ready for this next push. Bow in hand, trying to get a shot off. Sadly, didn't hit that one. Now a dome shield blocks the next shot. They're having to retreat just a little bit. I don't know if the bow is a great decision right here, but the gateway gets him out of there and gets him to a safer distance. This is good and lets him reevaluate and get that infuser out, but sadly, Apo goes down in that battle. There is now just one person left. Brutal logic, but there is a res on T-Mills. He's back up, but can they stop this steal? They're having to run in there. Again, that infuser just getting everybody healthy up, and it looks like the Scallywags have taken control and are going to get ready for the next fight.
This time, it's going to be Vaya looking to pick them off. 3 teams now with eyes on A. Do they decide to push? He's waiting for the rest of his team, running a model here instead of that pike. We've seen 3 different medium weapons so far. The FAMAS, the model, and the pike. Waiting. Fourth party cash box. Moving to the point, though. There's still a little bit of time left as Apo seems to be in on the point. Signal has the backstab, looking to do some damage. The model, great with these clear strikes. All 4 teams here on the point right now as Team Ed arrives. One goes down. The trade is there. Members of every team hitting the dust as it is Scallywags defending this cash out. Wiping, almost fully wiping the side of Vaya and Team Ed as they hold on to this cash shot. Nobody's going to be able to take this from them, but can they survive with their lives? They're just going to bail, look for this next ball, keep that tempo rolling as they leave the fight far behind.
I can't believe that they got in that battle, got out of it with basically losing anybody, and now they're going to get this next tap on the vault. Things are incredible for the Scallywags right now. They are a staying name in the game, and you know what? I'm glad to see that they still got it in them. We're going to move over to the other vault, which has been tapped by Team Ed, and it looks like they're setting up and probably going to gateway that over towards, I think that's C. I can't really tell on the side of my map. It is. There's a 93R in hand by, looks like Neo. He's trying to get some shots off as he's mid-air, sadly unable to get it, and Zuki brings him down in that battle. Reassessing, trying to throw a glitch grenade down, brings that dome shield, and now the DMAT down as well. I am seeing so much infuser. It is wild to see, Waltz.
Yeah, the infuser definitely incredibly strong gadget right now. One of the things we saw the EU teams actually is we saw a heavy shift towards shotguns. We even saw double barrel coming out for the lights. We saw model, and you started to see less infuser as teams just, you die too fast with the shotguns. It doesn't really matter. And we saw there's definitely a meta and a counter meta starting to shake up here as teams try to figure out if it's worth playing around the infuser or if you just try to directly burst through. And that really is kind of the question today. Fourth party cash box setting up a nice defensive position here. They're going to be hitting a jump pad up into the air if they get pushed. But the question is if they're going to get pushed at all. Ed's on the other side of the map just straight chilling right now. Nobody has even looked in their direction. While Scallywags and Vaya are just sort of trying not to run into each other as they look towards D. Not really anything at all happening. Cafaneo very much off by himself as the Scallywags are looking to backstab onto them. Again, a very slow, very deliberate movements from these teams trying to find the right push, but this could be the movement. It looks like this might be Zuki's gateway, trying to get his team into a favorable position. He's been spotted. Is he going to bring his team in? He does drop a gateway. Scallywags are in, looking for this point. They might drop onto it right now, but again, two teams looking their way. Graduating, takes out Caffeine on the backside. Looks like Vaya have left, moving over to that other point. Scallywags versus fourth party Cashbox right here. They have a strong defense still. Eventually it gets dropped. You see Apo sitting above the point, trying to get a good angle here, but the steal has to go through in a moment. They actually have to begin doing this. There's the Infuser getting some more heals. The dome goes down, but it's dropped onto a jump pad. It's up and down. It's all over the place. It goes onto the floor above. They bring it down once more, but the witch comes in, pulls Belize into the hallway. A real horror moment. They get the kills, but it's not going to matter because they're unable to get the cash out.
Yeah, that was probably the most Looney Tune-esque thing I've seen in the games, watching Belize just get pulled out of there with the winch claw, and sadly they went down in that battle, so we are moving over. No, they didn't go down in that battle. Belize is still up. We've moved over, though, to Cafaneo as he's trying to keep his teammate alive with that Infuser, pops over, tries to throw a glitch grenade, get his team a little bit, reassess the situation, but man, there it is. He's able to get normalized down in that jump. Can he get in there? He's going to go over there and chase the next person down. Next person is in his sights, and Graduating goes down as well. He is just bringing his team over in this battle. Gets the glitch grenade, and he's going for the third as well. Are you kidding me? That 93R is just popping off today, and especially in the hands of Cafaneo. They get cash out B started, and we're going to see them set up for this next push.
If anyone doubted, 93R is the go-to for lights, just proving its worth right now. Fourth party Cashbox trying to keep in control of this next vault. They need this for first place. At this point, they're really just looking to capitalize on second. They're still lagging behind the Scallywags. Scallywags, the team they do need to beat here if they're going to make their way into first. They're dropping down. He has eyes on Belize. The Pike is going to work. T-Mills, we've seen him work his magic with this weapon before. Now the aggression is on. They get a defib around the corner, looking for them. Zuki picking up Brutal Logic. He went a little bit too aggressive. He went without his team, and now it's completely turned around. It's 3 versus 1, and T-Mills on the back foot has to run away. It's all gone wrong. They thought they had the advantage, but instead they just ran into their doom.
Yeah, and that's the weird thing about the Pike, is because you can't really play super close quarters. I know T-Mills is an exception a lot of the time, but it just kind of played that medium area, and his teammates just died around him, and he was kind of stuck a little bit back from everybody else, forcing them to kind of reevaluate, probably coin in at this time. But right now, looking at the scoreboard, it kind of is T-Mills. It's the only one that's kind of popping off right now with that team, fourth party Cashbox. We do have some heavy hitters in the lobby as well. Pretty much on Team Ed, they are at the top, cash-wise, kill-wise, and I don't know, maybe they're just dominating the lobby, but we're going to watch as T-Mills now has his teammates back. They have enough time to go for this cash out. They're blowing up the C4 on the point. They're going directly for the steal. This is a risky thing, but there are 3 teams here. It is fully in the control of the Scallywags as they try and hold control, but there are 3 teams here, all battling for one cash out. We see the retreat again by T-Mills. His teammates weren't able to get it, and sadly, they died around him. Can he go for one last push? I don't think he has time as the last person, but maybe he can get a sneaky steal in there, but sadly, there is a team wipe. Moving over, it is just Cafaneo is the last person alive on Vaya, and this cash out is just going to tick down in control of the Scallywags. There's no time left, Waltz. This is the end of the map with full control of Team Ed and the Scallywags.
Yeah, Team Ed had just an incredibly easy route through there. They got completely ignored on that second cash out. And then once they got that last one, rolling up onto the point, there's zero reason for them to even care about it. Scallywags get second, but Ed are firmly in first place, so there's no reason for them to push whatsoever. Look at that, normalized with 1 kill, only 4 assists, 1,400 combat score. Not what you necessarily like. That's and Lamp does get 9 kills. Fair enough. Lamp gets 9 kills. Was clearly doing some work there, but overall, it's just they kind of were able to coast through some of that, and then they were able to set up a lot of their defenses. Scallywags definitely were doing a great job, though.
No kidding. The Scallywags were doing great and kind of were the heavy hitters in the map. They were really kind of maybe the scary ones. And yeah, Team Ed did get a few little sneaky cash outs. And oh, Waltz, you've changed your position. You've moved over to Bernal.
I am now in lovely Bernal. We'll have to see how long I can stick here before teams decide to come tear the place down. We shall see. But yeah, we have again There are five maps, and there are going to be three groups. So we have lots more cash out left for you today. We
Yeah.
got lots of stuff going on, and I think the biggest thing for me is can fourth party Cashbox figure out what they're doing. So Team Mills, several every time I feel like we swapped over to that team, Team Mills was the last one left alive.
Yeah.
Just they were kind of caught unawares. Appo by the end of the match was completely out of coins, didn't have any coins left, and that speaks to but both getting picked off, but also the team not being able to get to his totems quickly enough, or maybe trying to live sometimes when they shouldn't be. Sometimes you do just need to wipe and let your team reset instead of trying
Yeah.
to constantly go back for these totems. So I need to see fourth party cash box with just a little bit tighter positioning and better rotations. That first cash out, they were set up on that little platform on the side of the stairs, which is normally a great spot. But then they
Yeah.
got pushed, and an RPG hit two of them, and they were running for their
Mhm.
lives. And T Mills just gets bursted immediately, and then it's a heavy and a light, being backed against a wall, and it was the fight was over before it began because the jump pad RPG just knocked him out. So a little bit smarter in their defensive positioning, and I think they would be in a good place.
Yeah, I think that you've pretty much hit the nail on the head because this is a great team. And I think that we talk really highly about T Mills, but really everybody here is a high caliber player. They really know what they're doing. So I think as
Mhm.
soon as they find that synergy, this will be a scary team. In my opinion, this will be one to kind of watch out for. So we're just going to have to see because also the first map is really unique as well because we have these teams and they might not necessarily have scrimmed against each other, and this is kind of when teams feel each other out. We've seen so many times a team go from dead last to like completely in first because they just figured out what they're doing. And sometimes, especially when we have five maps, you can kind of sacrifice one. I hesitate to say that, but maybe that's what we'll see.
Yeah, I I wouldn't be surprised to see Team Ed continue to lead the lobby. Um,
Yeah.
Lamp is, of course, a fantastic player, and every time graduating filled in for Holthouse Finest in season zero. He was putting up often double digit kills. It was just absolutely absurd the amount of kills that he was able to pick up in these lobbies. The aim and positioning is absolutely on point. I look forward to when he eventually takes on some of these other like Bricked and teams of that nature to see
Mhm.
how that showdown goes. So it's going to be really, really fascinating to see, and I would not be surprised to see them clean up. And so the question is then, yeah, do you focus Team Ed because you know that these first places matter so much more now, or do you fight for the scraps of second place? If you are serious about your chances in this league,
Mhm.
especially like it's too early in the league to be making these sort of calls, you need to just be playing your game. Like I feel like if you're bargaining for second place, you've already lost the season before the season even begins. Like what are we doing here, guys? You gotta show up and make it happen. But if
And
you do want to check out and keep an eye on who is participating, by the way, and follow along, make sure you do some of our commands. We have exclamation marker bracket and teams, as well as pro hubs, so you can follow along with everything we got going for you guys live.
yeah, and Waltz, as we wait for the lobby to get set up, do you think you were a part of the EU games earlier today? And do you think that the changes have made things a little more competitive? Are teams really kind of gunning for first, or trying to avoid second? What do you feel?
It's really interesting. We actually saw quite a lot of doubles on the EU side. There were actually
Oh,
a significant number of doubles, more so than you would normally expect. And I think that was
oh,
really fascinating to. I don't know. I'm not sure why, because I think there's often like sometimes there's a little bit of learning curve with these scores, right? Where you have to
yeah.
figure out what the best strategy is. So for me, I don't think it's early enough to say whether or not that has made it so teams are willing to double more often. But the goal
Okay.
is, of course, with more emphasis on first place is going to do everything they can to avoid a double. And so maybe you will see less of those. And maybe it was just the combination of groups we had that were far more intent on doubling. We're really going to have to see that today because we have not yet seen a double obviously we've only seen one map,
Yeah.
but I'm very intrigued to see if that does change things in the rubric for these players.
Absolutely. Definitely something to keep in mind as we get started on Sis Horizon. A little cheeky spot. Wow, I didn't know you could climb up there. Cool place to be. Hold that
Oh
RPG, but
no.
sadly, he drops down. It's hard to keep balanced when you're jumping around like Mario. RPG in hand right across from Team Ed, but he gets spotted out and has to drop right down to the bottom floor. Has a dome shield in hand, hiding behind there, gets healed up by the infuser of his teammate, and now tries to go for the fight. They're going to bring it all the way over over to B. Ed has gotten it started, and they're going to follow in a chase. They're staying really close to each other. Nobody's really gone out to kind of explore yet, and I'm really liking from Via so far because they're staying really close as a team. But here we go. The engagement is getting started. They're ready to jump on it, but they demat down below. They want to go a floor below. This is a decent strategy. Bounce pad as well. I guess they're going to demat above the floor and try and bounce in there and go for an attack. Here it goes. RPG went off. They tried to bounce off to counter. Graduating goes down. Amazing gunplay by that SA shotgun. Winchclaw went off, but he's unable to catch anybody with it. Staying within his dome shield, he's now trying to look for his next target. Grimlock finds him, and he sadly goes down in that battle. Via had everything right in that fight, but I just don't know what went wrong there, Waltz.
It was a great idea. They got spotted so early. I like the idea to come in and look for that angle. But it didn't end up quite working out as fourth-party Cashbox looking to defend this. The steal does go out successfully. Apo dies, and the Cashbox gets stolen. A disaster for fourth-party Cashbox here, as they were desperately trying to hold on to the lead that they had. They do get a full res, but now Scallywags are in a very commanding position defending Cash Out A. There's still lots of time, though. The point is dropped. There is a winch available. They can pull it out, but Apo pulling up very soon does grab the gas barrel. He was trying to remove it. I want to see them go take the fight with Scallywags. There's only 30 seconds left, but that is still enough time for them to make something happen. Police does get the winch in. Brutal Logic gets melted in an instant. Where's the turnaround? Apo does take out Cheese. He's dodging around. He survives for the moment. T-Mills does get the revive. So now it's 2 versus 2 as T-Mills goes down. Apo on very low health, and they have to look for something soon. Cheese does get revived. This is going to be a suicide steal if he goes for it now. Belize is just there pumping the damage in, just melting the entire team. Cool Cheese takes 2, and the Scallywags again take a cash out versus fourth party Cashbox.
Yeah, that was so well played by the Scallywags. They got the right kills. They got the right stops. Even the C4 blew up in such a way that they didn't have that corner that they were trying to steal it on. So just really smart plays all around. And yeah, they are a team to watch, and they definitely earned that first cash out. So moving on, we're watching as Vault 4 is going to be tapped. They demat themselves through the floor, or about to. There it is, normalized. Pops it. They get the tap, and I don't really see anybody too close to them. It seems like the battle is really happening at vault number 3.
Scallywags looking to take this away, pushing Cafaneo off the high ground. Belize says, I will follow, but he follows him to his own doom. 1 down. Cool Cheese drops and immediately gets the defib, but he might just be farming his teammate for deaths as Belize goes down. Cool Cheese dies for his insolence. Kanzuki, he also gets him finished off. Cafaneo shredding with the 93R, but now they have to fend off fourth party Cashbox. A nice steal from the Apo grabbing that vault and just going to run over, steal it away. And now they're in a very commanding position, working off of the successes that Scallywags had, success that Vi had, pushing them away. Do they hear Cafaneo on the backside? They have to know that Cafaneo is there, probably dropping a gateway to get his team up as well. Bit of a reset. Apo with a great angle. Gets the headshot, looking for the second one. Has eyes on the entirety of Team Vi as he dodges away. He gets taken out. How does Signal get that shot? There is a trade. Signal going down, looking for the revive. Do they have Apo back up? They're still waiting to get him. The defib is there, but it doesn't. It's not in time. Grimlock gets him with the RPG. All of a sudden, it's turned on its head. Fourth party Cashbox wipe, and Via are going to be able to get this steal.
What a weird res. That put him right out in the open. He went for it, immediately died. Even if he got the res off, he would have res his teammate in the worst position. I don't know. I don't understand that, but hey, we're not going to have time to break it down because we move immediately over to the Scallywags, getting healed back up. Belize charging in there, has an RPG ready to go for this. They have about half the time left on this cash out, but do they know that they're right next to them? They demat perfectly through that stairwell, and they charge directly into them. Belize charging red head on with that RPG. Gets a shot off, gets immediately healed back up. He is playing like a madman, charging in the winch claw, but he does go down. Lamp just stops the push, and there they go. Scallywags get wiped, and what am I watching? Team Ed, are they the only people? Oh, don't do that, Normalize. Moving away and going to this next cash out. Waltz, take it from here.
Somebody pull out that somebody pull out that copy pasta from earlier about me and teabagged in ranked or something. Because it's happening here. Team Ed are asserting dominance over Scallywags. But fourth party Cashbox again fighting against Via. This trades both ways, but the defibs are out. Via at full strength against fourth party Cashbox's Brutal Logic and Team Mills trying to do what they can against a dwindling amount of time. And our Red Barrel takes a chunk from Brutal Logic. And he does get a trade, but he's going to go down himself. And fourth party Cashbox continuing to not find anything so far. They've gotten a couple plugs. They're at 9,500 right now, but they're going to desperately need this so they have a shot at even second if they can get another vault.
Yeah, and can we look at the scoreboard kind of as we get these next vaults set up? There is a battle going on. Take it back because Belize just brings him down. Lamp is going at it. We don't need the scoreboard. Things are popping off. It's okay. Moving on, we see Team Ed graduating the very last person remaining. He's got just a sliver of HP. He gets away through his gateway. I don't think they caught that. He is going to get away, but at what cost? At this point, I would just have my team die and res with them together. But Scallywags have taken control of this vault. They have they have the vault. They're going to bring it to B. It's really close to them, and it looks like A is also about to be plugged on the other side of the map. So we're going to see these teams get set up for potentially the last cash outs. I don't know. We're going to see how this all plays out.
Yeah, I do approve of the choice there to let the teams coin. They're not playing around the cash outs, so Scallywags are not going to be defending those totems. They have to go for the plug. And there's plenty of coins. Only 15 seconds were left at that point. So now they don't have to wait for this cooldown. There's not a lot of setup time. Scallywags are going to get over to that corner where they always like to be, but they're not going to have quite as much time as they normally do. The early glitches preventing the setup. The RPG coming in with the jump. So much damage. Zuki goes down. The burst fire of the FAMAS and the 93R. They've already lost one. That is a defender coin bonus, so he is going to be respawning soon on Zuki, but Belize and Cool Cheese are by themselves to defend this. C4s continue to just push them down, but they jump right in front of him. Great angle here from graduating as he finishes off one, and he's about to finish off Belize. Just a sliver of health as Belize goes down to a red barrel, but that does mean Zuki is by himself as Lamp goes for the long res. Can he get this? If he gets this, this might be the curtains for Scallywags on this point. He's going to finish off Normalized, looking for the second. They did get a defib last minute, so now it's 2 versus 1 again. Zuki against the world cannot do anything, but Belize and Cool Cheese have respawned during this whole thing. It's back up to a 2v2. He needs to get this steal right now because they're desperately pushing towards the point. Here comes Cool Cheese looking for theirs. He jumps into 3 and just immediately dies. It's all in Belize now. Doesn't have time for his team to respawn, but Zuki does spawn in there. Throws a red barrel. Looking for the final. The jump pad disappears. Lamp goes for a winch but doesn't hit it. Belize looking for the medium on the backside, but he's going to get melted down. And Zuki again by himself as Cool Cheese responds on the back end. They just keep throwing their bodies at the point, but it hasn't been enough. Team Ed are going to take this over Scallywags as Cool Cheese by himself is not going to be able to get enough done to take this back.
Yes, my God, what an intense battle. What a back and forth in there, just chasing down Cool Cheese. Can he survive? It's not going to really matter. And there is the team wipe after what was pretty much 2 non-stop minutes of them going back and forth. These teams are impressive. I am continuously amazed by what they can pull off, and these battles, how close they can get. You know, and just even the decisions that they're doing to coin in, go for it, hope you get a good spawn, and yeah, it just really let that battle continue in kind of a messy but fun way. And yeah, I loved how both teams approached that. I don't know what you could have changed, but that was a great way to wrap up map number 2. Walter, what are your thoughts on what we just saw there?
That was incredible. The last fight there, Scallywags continuing to respawn, and the only thing that I didn't like there at the end was that Cool Cheese decided to jump in by himself. I guess he thought Belize was a little bit closer to him at the time, and just wasn't able to survive long enough. It's just it just was a little bit disconnected. They were very close otherwise, and that fight was definitely a reason why you might see the top teams avoid each other because they ended with 4th place. They kept running themselves into Team Ed, and Team Ed were just successfully pushing them away. This time, 4th party Cashbox getting 2nd place, though. We kind of skirted around that because we were focusing on the Scallywags and Ed fight at the very end. But 4th party Cashbox made their way up to 2nd. They were really struggling all the way up until those cash outs, but they got a final one. And because it was Ed getting that other cash out, they guaranteed themselves 2nd, which is a huge get for 4th party Cashbox.
Yeah, so I think going into the next match, we just might need to focus on fourth party cash box a little bit more. But I mean, how could you avoid that last battle? That was just nonstop. That was intense. That was the one to watch. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe somebody wants to post their other perspective of it. But, I love how chaotic this game is. And it is just wild that we can't even focus on all of them. But it really feels like the team stepped it up a notch. This last map felt way closer than the first one. Even the cash totals until the very last cash boxes were really close. I think it was
Yeah.
anybody's game until the final two. So just really exciting. And yeah, I don't know. Do you remember what map we have for third? Because I'm curious what we're going to see next.
It is
Fortune.
Fortune Stadium, so I know you're going to
Ah.
be very happy. The apparently all of our casters seem to absolutely adore Fortune Stadium, so I feel I don't I like Fortune Stadium. I just don't think I
Yeah.
have the attachment to it that you guys do because I feel like if you could choose like a you know wedding destination, you choose Fortune at this point. The way you guys talk about this map.
Yep, I'm already married, but I definitely would have pushed for that if I knew that that was a thing or a possibility. Maybe in VR or something, but hey, we're getting way off track. Maybe that's something we can discuss on our podcast. But we're going to hop into it, into Fortune Stadium. These teams are primed, they are ready, and I can't wait to see what they pull off. We're already watching as Normalize goes up these staircases like a boss. I can almost never do that. That is just so impressive. You want examples of why these people are at the top? There is a perfect one right there. They are waiting now right outside of the cash out B. They can see that maybe T Mills is up there. They push just a little bit. They have some knowledge. They're going to throw some goo, get on top of there, and yeah, just watch and wait. Taking pop shots off with the model, not really the best choice because you can't do a lot. Hoping that the 93R can do a little bit more, but there is the push. Maybe no, they're having to pull back just a little bit as there is T
Oh,
Mills has pushed in there. Did Apo just get a headshot and then a elbow? I think he did. Let's watch this bow as he pops
oh
off,
boy.
potentially chasing them down. Can he get another shot off? They missed the vault going right in between them, and Cash Out A has gotten started.
Yeah, they had a vault to their backs, and fourth party Cashbox thought they were positioned in a great way to prevent it from going in. But they were able to just go ahead and grab it on the side of Team Ed, just turn around and run, successfully stealing a huge RPG is going to eliminate Team Mills and knock a lot of Brutal Logic's health in. But Lamp can't quite push in. He doesn't get around the goo. He drops his dome, and the dome doesn't do anything. He's going to go down. He actually gets melted there. Apo finishing him off, and it's a revive there coming in from Normalize. But Normalize is dealing with Apo. Apo finishes off too! Cleaning up the side of Team Ed, putting his name on the board. He's up in lights. He's on the billboard. Apo putting in amazing work, but here comes Scallywags to spoil his moment of glory. T-Mills finally spawns. They do successfully get the steal onto Scallywags. They up on the high ground, and all of that hard work for fourth party Cashbox, they're going to have to do it again.
Yeah, I honestly kind of feel like the Scallywags might be going after fourth party Cashbox because they're noticing just these little tiny flaws in how they perform. And honestly, it's kind of impressive, but we are seeing Apo pop off like he just did. So there is a lot of potential, and I brought it up before. There's a lot of potential with everybody in this team. But now we move over and we're watching Zuki as they defend Cash Out A. Throws a gateway so he can get out of there if things get dicey, taking some shots off, dashes away, has that 93R in hand, hiding behind that AC coolant and just waiting for the right moment to pop up there. He has the infuser in hand, brings it up and gets his teammate back up, but now going immediately for the battle, brings him down halfway there. Brutal Logic trying to run away and maybe get the res off on his teammate. This is a perfect time for him to do exactly that, but Zuki takes that opportunity to grab his teammate and get him back in there. This cash out is running down, so if fourth party Cashbox want to get on it, they have to dive on it now. Timing is going to be tight. I don't know if they can stop them. The Scallywags go for the push. There's the winch claw. They pull it right out of there. We saw that A run across the top of that, and now Apo goes down. Fourth party Cashbox, they did their damnedest on that entire cash out, but sadly it just didn't go their way. And we don't know where Waltz is, but that's okay. We're going to watch over there as Graduating tries to pop off with this 93R as well. Trying to heal his teammate up, who's just surviving on just a sliver of HP, but Normalize goes down, unable to stay alive. Lamp, very last one remaining, and goes down as well. Team Ed unable to stay alive and have to go back to the drawing board. Waltz, you still with me?
I am, and I am impressed by how Vaya is playing right now. I feel for fourth party Cashbox. I really thought they had a good chance there, and it just did not work out for them. A nice glitch at the perfect time is going to snag this vault away from Scallywags, preventing them from getting the instant plug. The problem is that there isn't really a good alternative to go to. One of the cash outs is on the far side over there on the hangar over in Sector 6. The other one is still being watched over by Via as the fight pushing in fourth party cash box against Scallywags once again. Apo getting his healing up, did get a pick, and there was a defib, so the defibs are down as the rest of fourth party cash box dropping to the floor. Rue Logic is so low, running for his very life from Belize. As this continues to be a fight across the gap, the T-Mills with that pike continues to hit. He almost never misses with this thing. He gets a very early pick, and now Belize pushing in, but he's surrounded by 3. Nobody dead yet. They continue to live on just a sliver of HP. The health conservation from the side of fourth party Cashbox is immaculate in this fight so far. It is only Belize running off to the corner, licking his wounds and waiting for his team to coin. Can they find him? It looks like they're searching, but they only have 15 seconds, and here might be, and they still have the potential of a team coming into third party them.
Yep, this might be the chance for fourth party Cashbox to show us what they have. T-Mills just popped off like crazy. He's even on the banners. They're praising him. And you know what? He has a reason to be praised. He is a great pike player, but can they hold it? We've seen that their defenses aren't the amazing, but they have the advantage right now of being in one of the hardest cash out locations to push. This is a fortress. People compare it to Hospital on Seoul. And you know what? I don't even know if anybody's going to push this. This battle might need to be taken over to C, where it seems like we have 3 teams going at it right now. Moving over to Normalize, gets one shot off, followed up by Graduating getting a kill with the 93R, and they're going to get their teammate back up. No, they don't have a teammate down, and they're going to try and go and hold this off for just a little bit longer, but 3 teams were here. I'm not sure if somebody pulled off, but it does seem like Team Ed is in full control of it now. And yeah, they went over to D.
Dealing with Scallywags once again. Scallywags have run all the way. They've dropped 2 floors. The C4 continues to bring this lower and lower. Fourth party Cashbox holding onto this for dear life. T-Mills gets the opening kill on Zuki. Apo looking for the second. Brutal is going to finish that one off. They're still alive. Apo with the heals, keeping his medium around. They successfully fend off Scallywags, putting themselves into first place. Fourth party Cashbox feeling in control of this map as Team Ed is going to be able to hold on to C. Nobody interested and nobody able to push them off at this point. And look at how close our scores are right now.
Yeah, and what a weird decision from Scallywags. I really think that if they hadn't pulled off and tried to go for that, they would have been able to get something. I think that they wouldn't have been able to stay there because third teaming is kind of the choice when you're going against that cash out because it is so powerful. And yeah, I just am a little shocked, but hey, they're the pros, not me. We're now moving over as Vault 5. There's a gateway set up by this Team Ed. They're going to try and bring that vault directly over, but everybody is on top of each other. Dome Shield in hand, drops it down, trying to get
nice
any
winch
kills off with the elbow and followed up by the winch. Teams are here. Everybody is dying. This is insane, but they are chasing down the last member of Via and are able to get him down. So Team Ed full in control of this vault. Are they going to double or are they going to plug it?
Oh, definitely. Probably do not want to see them double here. They need to split this. I think if they're doubling, they're actually in a bad position. And there goes the split. Ed in control of one, Scallywags in control of the other. Ed with a chance to be first place. They need to get a lot of kills. Most of the teams are going to be focusing on Ed, I have to imagine, because that's what's going to be able to get them first place. But fourth party Cashbox wanting to at least, if they get this and enough kills, they don't even have to worry about Team Ed. All they have to do is get the kills, maybe a team wipe, and they can actually surpass Team Ed just based on points. But they're unsure where they need to be. Brutal Logic sees the D-mats coming in from the wall, but Apo is covering his heavy with the long-range shots from that bow. They're pushing Scallywags back, baiting out the steal, but Scallywags ready for that bait. They're not going to bite the bait just yet. The glitch goes down. That was a very early bubble, but here comes Via on the backside looking to third-party this, and you can see Team Ed as well. All 4 teams inching in on B as fourth party Cashbox might be making the call. They're actually running all the way over to A. This is the battle for first place right now between fourth party Cashbox and Team Ed, looking to actually make this crossover. Can they make it up onto this high ground? This is huge for them right now. Apple getting spotted, gonna get melted as he tries to make across. They're going to have to get this revive. Lamp is very low himself, but the heal regen is going to be coming in just a moment. They do get Apo up. They had to use a defib for it. They were worried about the timing, but finally, all three back. Apo's going to have a very quick heal on his side as they now look to approach on the point. Moving up, Apo sidesteps the winch, able to avoid that, gets some damage in, but it's quickly healed up by the Infuser, dealing with graduating on the aggro. He gets picked off. The 93R cannot get the headshot. That's crucial for them. Now it's only 2 left. Brutal Logic and T-Mills starting to crumble under the pressure. T-Mills goes down, taken out by Lamp, looking for the last member. He goes down. Fourth party Cashbox get eliminated, handing first place to Team Ed as Scallywag secures second.
Yeah, that was an intense battle, and really just honestly, the placement by Team Ed, they seemed to kind of be in that higher ground. They got the battles. They really spread out far, and I thought that they were going to go for it and try and third or fourth team the other vault or the other cash out, but it was just really interesting to see how they pushed out and then retreated back in, got some kills, and then healed up, and then were able to secure it. So really well played by them, and yeah, cool to see them finally up there. They definitely had a good match in that last one.
Yeah, and Ed continuing to just dominate. The fights with those bows are always so terrifying because if you just get one headshot, all of your hard work, all of the damage you chunked away is completely moot. But graduating knows all he has to do is hit 2 headshots, 2 bursts, and that light is going to disappear. He felt very confident in his abilities, and it definitely paid off for him. It really worked out in their favor. Scallywags again taking second place. Fourth party Cashbox making it to third this time. So they're not in last place, but that's obviously not where they wanted to be, especially considering they were actually in a very strong position and had a chance to get first that match.
Yeah, and one interesting thing is nearly all of the team's scores in kills are like exactly the same. This was a really close battle, and every team, I think we even pointed out towards the end, is like, wow, this is anybody's match, and it really was. So I'm honestly amazed and really happy that we continue to see that these teams are very closely matched. They're very tight, and they play well together and against each other. So just some really good combat between everybody. These battles are long too. We don't really see much stomping happening. No one player has popped off even in any of these last 3 maps. So I don't know, just well-rounded gameplay. This is what we expect at the high tier level of the finals. So this has been amazing so far. We're going to now move it over to Bernal. Any thoughts as we see this group on Bernal coming up?
I really want to see Via start to put some things together. We know these teams are really, really good. We know these players individually, but they just have not quite made anything work as of yet. And I really, really want to see them find something that works. We saw in EU, we saw a lot of experimentation. We saw double lights, we saw sniper, we saw KS23. Try something different. It's not working for you so far.
Yeah.
I'd love to see something a little different, but it is what it is. We're doing what they do what they can, and I'm hoping that they find a way to turn this around. There are a lot of matches still. This is only their first play day. They still have 5 more of these, so there's time to turn it around, and now is really their moment to figure out what doesn't work.
Yeah, absolutely. This is just the start. It's fun to really think about that because we saw so many changes happen between the teams and how they played and all of their styles. And, we're here again, season 1. So, yeah, I am just so pumped that we have so many games, so many matches ahead of us. But let's see what these teams can do on Bernal. Watching now as Surginal has the FAMAS in hand. Not something we see a lot of players pick up, but if they can do it, they can rock it. I love to see it. Watching him now as he throws some goo to help his teammates escape. The goo does provide a nice little barrier for them as he demats through the wall. Really good movement helping them escape, but they are just being chased relentlessly.
Nice
they know that Surginal is very low and trying to find anybody, but now Team Ed is here. They tap the vault. They want to go for the kills. Can they do it? Everybody is very low. Grimlock goes down, but a res off as well from Team Ed. A couple of people very low. Lamp at just half health, getting rezzed back up by the Infuser. Every team is using it as he pushes in. Can he get something off with the FAMAS? He gets 1 kill, and there it is. Sadly, a wipe on Via, and looks like Team Ed are going to take it from there.
Nice play by Ed. Dropping only 1, but there's a quick revive. He's back on his feet as Scallywags again in control of a box. We've seen this story before. Sets it up really nicely, making sure they're going to have angles from everywhere. It's fourth party Cashbox continuing to run themselves into a wall. Can they make it give this time? just perfectly lining that gas barrel up with the side of the cash box as well. I don't know if that's just an aesthetics choice or something of that nature. Fourth party cash box did not want to go for Ed. They're going to swing back around and take on Scallywags instead. This is the preferred choice for them right now, but they're very split up. Brutal is by himself, and he's getting zerged by the rest of the team. He gets winched in. He's going to go down, and this is a disaster for the side of fourth party cash box. Appo goes down as well. This is a point where I do feel like T-Mills should probably just give it up and die. He does take out Belize, though. He takes out the second. Never mind. Forget what I said, T-Mills. Show us why you're a god with that weapon. Just casually melting 2 members of Scallywags. Forcing me to eat my words as he turns around. Can he take Belize out again? He does! Looks for the first! Can he get the second? He cannot! Oh my goodness.
What a bully in the lobby. That man is insane with that pike. We thought he was going to go down so many times, but he just continued to push everybody's buttons. Moving over now as Graduating goes down from Cafaneo. Watching as the 93R is popping off. Can he push in? He gets lamped down, but survives on just a sliver of HP. Cafaneo, the only person remaining on Via, so he needs to survive this battle, but sadly is unable to. He goes down as well as Team Ed continues to be a dominating force in this lobby as well. So some really interesting play styles from pretty much everybody. I want to point out again what we saw with T-Mills. He's like an escape artist. I'm just really impressed by him, and yeah, he's making that pike work. Watching now as Belize is running his patented SA shotgun, gonna charge into them with that bunny mask and maybe get some cash. Let's find out as they move towards vault number 3.
Fight happening over on A, but there's not enough time left for fourth party cash box to steal anything. It looks like they're just sort of circling the point as Ed get their next cash out and fourth party cash box. Brutal Logic again getting caught out, damage being done to him, but they're running for their lives. They're about to run right into Scallywags though, who are getting pushed away from Via, getting caught in the middle of 2 teams, but Appo getting caught in the crossfire. Via taking him out. Cardinal on low health, but is still alive. Moving back towards his light so he can get healed. Dome shield down from Grimlock. He has the winch, but he can't catch up to the enemy team. The vault just not quite working. They have control of 3. They might look to run this, but if they run it without making sure that fourth party cash box are eliminated, they could be in for a very bad time. Shots coming in from behind. There is the heavy, but the gateway from their light gives them a very quick plant. That's a great start for Via, as fourth party cash box are now again going to be on the aggressor's side of things.
Yeah, we see the setup on it, and they pretty much have control of this cash out. We're going to move over to D, where the Scallywags and Team Ed are battling it out. These have been some of the dominating forces so far in the lobby, so it is interesting to see the Scallywags just pop in there, steal it very casually, and now the push comes out from Team Ed. They just let them have that so that they could regroup exactly for this push. There's the 93R. He tries to beam him down there, but Graduating unable to get those last few shots, but I take it back. Zuki goes down right after that. He fell right into his trap. A little bit of unfortunate movement, but that's what you get in the finals. Watching now as the steal is going off by Team Ed. They seem uncontested. I think the Scallywags are now going to let them take it as they regroup and possibly wait for everybody to be there. But I'm not sure what happened, but Cool Cheese went down as I was talking, so they have to now res him, and this is just going to stall the cash out even further. This is some really weird mind games. I'm not sure what they're doing, but we're going to have to watch as they pull in this next battle. Moving over maybe to the other cash out. I'm not sure which one is going to be more exciting, but Waltz, you take it from here.
Yeah, D is definitely where the fight's going to be happening. He's going to be reviving in just a couple seconds. He'll be back up. He needed to stay alive, but Graduating was on the hunt. Graduating, finding Normalize, finding Lamp, and finding Graduating. All of them are all Cool Cheese, Azuki, and Belize. All of them going down to that 93R. Unable to make it onto the high ground. They have to smoke out the side of Team Ed. There's C4 on the point. Belize considers trying to write it down, but with the C4 right there, he's going to take a lot of damage. It does go off, does some damage, but there's from the backside Normalized, taking out Cool Cheese already, and that is almost going to be enough. He has to go for this revive, but there's so little time left. He needs to start a steal almost immediately. He just awaits his fate and goes down as, again, fourth party cash box getting eliminated in a repeat performance on the other side of the map, continuing to slam their faces against the side of Via.
Yeah, I don't really. I don't know. It all went down to when Belize made a push, maybe a little bit too aggressively, and he just took too much damage, and his teammates died around him, and then he was just chased down. Sad to see because the Scallywags, if they would have been just a little more defensively minded or have a better setup, I think they could have had that. But Team Ed is pretty scary, so they were able to kind of push through their defenses and get a hold of it. Vault 6 has spawned. We're gonna see who runs up to tap it. Via looks close to it. Surginal gets the tap, and there is Cafaneo waiting around the corner with the 93R. Repositions to try and wrap around fourth party Cashbox, but really not able to spot anybody out just yet. There he goes. He finally has a vantage point and is chasing them down. Can he get Apo down? He does, but there is the trade from T-Mills. Just gets him off, and there it is. The res is going off as well, and they're able to run into that corner, try and get their teammates, but this is just insane. Grimlock is back up as well. These teams are on top of each other.
What are you doing?
Deleted. He pushed right in there, but unable to get anything happening. Bounce pad gameplay as he jumps around. Surgeon will try to stay alive on very low HP, and Via sadly gets wiped in that one. But the Scallywags are here. What are you guys doing? They're going for it. Brutal Logic gets deleted. T-Mills is the last person remaining. Kind of a casual or repeating picture again. He gets the vault. He chucks it away. He's going to survive. Maybe he can get away. He kind of is the god of staying in his little corner. Will they push him or let him be? But there are the coins going off as well. So Apo back in the battle. Vault 6 is taken by Apo. What is going on? Apo deleted in that, but now we're watching them as they go through a gateway. This vault is still being chased around like a hot potato. Who is going to get a hold of it? Where is this going to go? I'm just confused on what's happening, but this is just quite
fourth party Cashbox. They needed the double. That's why T-Mills was throwing it that way, and that's why Apo suicided to try to send it over to B. They had to have the double. That was their only chance of first place because they're in last. They had to go for it, but instead it got yoinked away. Team Ed took it and threw it because they didn't want it at all. Now they might need to settle just to plug it instead. Via grabbing it. Scallywags looking to plug as well. If they can at least get second, they'll be happy. But it gets thrown away again. Via don't want it. They're in second place. Take it away. We don't want you to plug this. The fight is just keep away at this point. 20 seconds left. They need to go 40 meters away. It's grabbed actually. Brutal Logic. The two teams working together to get A started. He has a chance to take out Belize as well. Looking to win this 1v1. He tends that, but gets taken out. Fourth party Cashbox do wipe, but they succeeded in what they needed to do. They got the plug onto A, which means that now there is a chance for second place for these teams. Scallywags going to be the ones that take this, but maybe not for long. Here comes Team Ed rolling in from the sidelines. The Ride of the Valkyries playing in their headphones as he's here. The Dome Shield goes down, looking to finish off one. Goo Shield knocking the sightlines down, but the jump pad isn't going to get you far there, brother. You need to stay alive. You need something more. He does get winched in. Signal and Grimlock doing a lot together as Lamp surviving with that mesh shield for just a long time as Cafaneo continues to be a pest from the outsides. It's been winched into the corner. Fourth party Cashbox are back and they have a chance to steal this. Belize looking to spoil them. He does have a winch. He pulls it further away, playing very, very safe. All three of Scallywags currently alive, but Apo doing some damage, keeping his team potentially in this. 14 seconds left. They have to go for a steal right now. The only team this stays the way it is. The team Scallywags, their steal goes through, but T-Mills doing a lot. Via can't get this. They might be able to get the steal, but 3 seconds left. Scallywags hold on to it, and that means they're taking second place.
Oh my god, Walt. That was, no joke, one of the most entertaining, probably 5 minutes of the finals I've seen ever. That was just hilarity, just with everybody passing around the vault, trying to steal it. It felt like really a hot potato. Some people wanted it, some people wanted to get rid of it immediately. And yeah, then just the culmination of everybody getting in there. Because you know that there's that panic as well. It's like, oh my god, math. I have to do math in my head while I'm shooting everybody. And just, I love this game. That was amazing and funny. And yeah, I hope somebody clips some of that because that was truly amazing. Yeah, you see them in chat talking about the strats as well, and that was definitely strats. Yeah, for the most part, I'll give them that.
I mean, that was the thoughts. That was heads up process there. I mean, fourth party Cashbox knew that they had to double to even get to second place. Like at the end of the day, I mean that is. I mean, I guess like maybe they would have made second, and I'd have to look at the totals. But fourth party Cashbox in fourth place, they have nothing to lose by doubling. There's there's nothing there. They're already staggered. They know that if they plug this, it's going to be everybody on 1 point. So why not make it everybody on the one that Team Ed is at? Best case scenario, you get it and Ed doesn't get first place. So why
Yeah.
not go for it? Actually, very heads up play by them and knowing that that's what they needed to do. Appo almost successfully getting to that box, and then it just gets tossed to the other side of
I
the map.
know.
Via realize that if they keep it from being plugged, they actually get second place and they're holding desperately onto those points. And then fourth party Cashbox and Scallywags working together to make sure it gets plugged so that they have a chance at second. It just layers upon strategy of their just the teams thinking on their feet and knowing what they needed
Yep.
to do. That was really special.
Yeah, and I was honestly rooting for them at the end because they were trying to go for the steal and they had already like 57k to their name. So just wild and really fun to see just how everybody came together in that one. So yeah, I have said it earlier in the last map that these maps felt like they were heating up. The last one felt more exciting than this one, and this one felt even more exciting than the last one. So I am thinking as we go into our very last map for Group A that Vegas is going to be quite a show.
There's I believe there's one more map left after this one. Because
Is there?
we've only played four. This is our fourth map, right?
No, this is
This
fifth.
is
This is
fifth.
the
Oh, you're
inbox.
right. Wow,
They're
the
going by
time
quick.
flies. The time flies. Goodness gracious. I really thought that we had more. These matches have been just so action packed. I guess time
They're
flies when
fun.
you're having fun.
Yeah. But here we go, loading into Vegas, I should say updated Vegas. Let's see if Team Ed or the Scallywags, or maybe this is the time for Via and fourth party Cashbox to show us they've got what it takes to be here and really play with all the rest of the big dogs. There is a bounce pad immediately picked up. What a
Classic
cool
strategy.
strat. That was amazing. They bounced right over there onto the Mega Dome. Watching now as the Aspuz Arena gets destroyed. They're trying to chase them down. There goes Zuki. He was sadly chased by multiple people on Team Ed. They're looking for the rest of them because they know that they're around. Cool Cheese gets pushed, unable to do a lot of damage on that, and they bring him down as well. So the Scallywags and fourth party Cashbox have immediately been wiped. So Via on the board with some kills and Team Ed. Let's go. This is already popping off.
Yeah, both teams that tapped the vault were able to get all 3 kills as well. You don't often see that. Often tapping the vault early can give you a little bit of a disadvantage, but they waited to get the wipe first. If Team Ed get this, it took multiple playdays for a single team to win 4 in a row. If Team Ed pulls out our first 5 win in a row on day 1, it would be PHL history. But already Lamp is going to go down. It's not looking great for the 5-peat here. Cool Cheese, Normalized doing his job on the backside, gets the defib onto Lamp as well. A big start for them. It was a huge advantage coming from Scallywags with that early pick, but they're starting to squander it. Belize is going to go down. They're not going to be able to finish off the rest. Zuki does get a kill onto the side of Graduating. The light win going in there, but Normalized continuing to just run through this team as Lamp finishes up Belize, the heavy counter. They get a revive, and Ed cannot be stopped.
Yeah, Ed is impressive for sure. I mean, they're composed of a lot of well-known names, so it's a little bit expected, but it's still fun to see. But we're gonna move over as Brutal Logic and his team try to get into Cash Out B. They are pushing into Via, so this might be their opportunity to get something going, but Via so far has had a strong presence in this map. Maybe this is their map as they push directly into the fight. What a great winch claw. They're able to pull Brutal Logic down, and he goes down very low in HP. He's surviving on that dome shield, trying to get some pop-off shots with the SA shotgun, but he's not connecting enough, and sadly, he's going to have to regroup because T-Mills is down. He's going to go for the res, but they know where he is. This is a great time for them to push them and stop this res, and we move over to Cafaneo as he tries to chase one of them down, but no, they weren't able to spot anybody out in time. Both teams are going to clash directly on this point again. He did spot one person out with the sawed-off. Cool to see that back in the game as well, and there it goes. He got one shot off. Can he follow it up? He's chasing it, but the steal is going down. They need to stop it. There it is. There's the stop. I think they've done it. There's not going to be enough time for them to get on this, and Via have secured them some cash, and there is the team wipe as well.
And 0 kills for the side of fourth party Cashbox, by the way. As Ed, a couple seconds left. They haven't gone down yet. There's still 2 alive. They're going to secure their fourth party Cashbox. No kills to their name right now. That is not a good start. They were putting some things together in these previous matches, but those first couple fights against Vaya were just not it. I feel like Vaya has had their number almost every single time. And Cafaneo, with that double barrel, something that, again, I mentioned we started to see in EU, actually. It's starting to show up. We saw a little bit of Matter. We saw a little bit of Model. We saw a little bit of double barrel. The shotguns, when there's this much heal, especially when the heal is coming from a light, you kind of just want to instantly melt that wipe when so many of them are running 93R. So wonder if we're going to see more of that be picked up by other players as well.
Yeah, I definitely think that we will see it more and more, but this is a new meta. This is where everything gets kind of decided and figured out, so it's kind of cool to see things change and evolve right in front of us. But Sawed Off, yeah, I think it's been far too, put away for too long, because it's always really fun to see people charge in there.
But
moving over to Normalize and his teammates just pulling him over there, deleting Team Mills in that combat and chasing the last one down, and boom, Brutal
Just
Logic
Apple
goes
left
down
now.
as well. Yeah, Apo just trying to stay alive, but no, he died as well. Ooh. Not sure what is going on with fourth party Cashbox. They've had a little bit of trouble kind of finding their footing, and yeah, the rest of the team are just not letting them kind of find their place just yet.
I feel like Brutal Logic is just always on his own. Don't ever see him playing near his team, and not in that classic way we see where one plays a little bit disconnected from the core two. He just feels like he's constantly caught by himself and he's hiding and praying that he doesn't get found by the opposing team, which at the end of the day, that's not what you want. You should never be hoping that a team doesn't find you. That means you're in the wrong spot, and they need to get their communication down. And Ed on the high ground are in a very dominant position. An RPG gonna catch Grimlock on the way out. The goo is there from Signal, trying to delay this just a little bit longer as Cafaneo runs around the corner with that double barrel. He's able to pump out a lot of damage. They finish off two. Team Ed actually in danger of going down right now. Looks for the defib, has him back up. Cafaneo gets revived as Grimlock is also down. Graduating, running away with the totem. Can he survive? He actually picks off. The enemy Signal is down. It's a 1v1. As Graduating does have normalized coin. He's back in the match. Lamp also gets defib. All three here now. They're going to wipe out Vaya, completely eliminated. It was so good for so long.
Oh, that was heartbreaking. I thought that they had that, and it really looked like Team Ed was finally going to get wiped, but no, it just... I don't know what they're doing, but they're doing some things completely correct. But moving over as Belize has a red barrel in his hand. This cash out is running down. Nobody's really quite close enough to really contest them on this. We might see a last second dive on it, but it seems pretty firmly in control of the Scallywags. There they go. They're able to get the stop right off immediately. People getting winched left and right, pulled out of position as Belize is the last one remaining on his team. Zuki's up as well, taking a little bit of damage, but can he really pop off?
Nice
Oh my god, he did. He's able to finish them up, but immediately gets chased down by Cafaneo, and that's Sawed Off. Nobody is safe in the finals when you have four teams all battling it out just like that.
I know that there is a lot of hate for the double barrel on a lot of the discourse, especially on places like Reddit. And the dash double barrel is definitely something to be feared. If he closes the distance, it is a terrifying sight. The shots are going to be brutal if he can get on top of them. And another cash out the way of Team Ed. And you know what that means, actually? That they are, even if Scallywags steal their cash out, they are still 2,000 ahead of Scallywags. So at this point, Team Ed are just kill farming. They're just running across the map, looking for people. Lamp does go down, but Graduating and Normalize barely seem to care. They're running all the way to the other point. They just want all of the money. They want all of the cash. Scrooge McDuck in finals form right now. Vaya desperately clinging onto this. Because it got plugged, they really need to keep this, or otherwise they're going to lose their second place for the second match in a row.
Yeah, I think that we are going to watch the battle for second place. People don't even want to go against Ed. Let them have their money. Stay in the corner because here it's going to pop off. We see the Scallywags, fourth party cash box, and Via. Via in control of the cash out right now. It's about a fourth of the way done and slowly ticking down. They are holding it pretty well for right now, but here come the Scallywags on this rooftop. They want to make this advance as quick as they can, but that 93R is lethal even at that range. So he's doing a great job. Apple right now just popping off and getting just a little bit of chip away damage. He's now going to follow up and try and chase them down a little bit more. Again, the longer that they stall, the more likely they will be in control of this at the end. But again, fourth party cash box is here. He's having to dunge around everybody, and they have the cash out is ticking down halfway there. The infuser healing everybody up. It is a madhouse inside this arena. Police going down in that battle. Zuki, the last one remaining on the Scallywags. I don't think they'll have an opportunity to really go for this. Behind him. But there's a backstab going off as well. Zuki trying to regroup with his teammates for the Scallywags. Fourth party cash box in here. T-Mills is down already. Not the person you want to lose in this battle. But Apo dishing and dashing all around, trying to keep somebody alive with just a little bit of health. Brutal Logic on 1 HP, healing him up with that infuser. This is insanity. But he did. He got eaten. It is all on Apo. Can he do anything? This cash out just has a little bit of time left. I don't think Apo can do anything for fourth party cash box, as it looks like on the other side of the map, Team Ed has gotten it. Scallywags are now diving on it for a last second hold. Can they do it? But they are unable to get on it, and it looks like Via have somehow controlled this cash out down to the very end. They're going to get some cash to their name in a wild wrap up for Group A.
What an incredible finish from that team. 5 wins in a row from Team Ed. Just really showing their dominance. Getting the season started out right. Making sure that they are the top dog. I think we have to see how groups B and C settle, but I would not be surprised, especially with the kills. 24 kills. The average number of kills is normally around 10 to 15, normally 15 kills. You can see there we had Scallywags getting 15 kills. We had 18 kills for fourth party cash box. We had only 7 for fourth party cash box. Via were the ones that got so averaging around 15 kills, and that is an insane amount coming out from Team Ed. Just really not even just getting lucky, but teams aren't even really avoiding them. They're just taking them down every time they show up and dare to show their face.
Yeah, it was a performance of performances. I'm honestly going to say this now, Waltz. I don't know if we will see another team. We might see Team Ed do it again, but will we see another team get a 5-peat? Like, guys, take a second and think about that. That's 5 wins in a row. We've seen playoff matches that go 5 matches, and nobody even sweeps them there. So it's just I feel kind of confident in saying I don't know if we'll see another team do it. So wow, well, it's Group A already gave us matches like this. Yeah, I don't know. Those are pretty much my thoughts on Group A. Just wow. Do you have any thoughts before we kind of wrap up Group A?
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna get to see the points pretty soon, but it was. I hope that we see some more a little bit more close gameplay for some of these later ones, because it was, like you said, every time we were watching the battle for second place, it was it felt rarely was Ed in a position where they were even in danger of losing first place. Normally it felt like they were comfortably ahead and everyone else was just fighting for table scraps. It's the sort of domination we saw from Team Bricked in season 0 just a few months ago. Just feeling like everywhere they went on the lobby, teams just it looked like teams were running away from them because there was never a team near them on the map, because they would just wipe them instantly. So incredible stuff. Team Ed really showing their dominance, and impressive for them. We do have a couple giveaways for you guys as well. We're going to run some of those between each group, actually. A $5 multi-bucks code that we're going to throw out. So if you wish to participate in that giveaway, there is going to be, we're going to type !PHL for the Pro Hub Leagues as we're waiting for our score to update. So !PHL for a chance to win a $5 multi-bucks code. So we do have some codes courtesy of Embark. Thank you so much, Embark.
Yeah, that's awesome, guys. And yeah, if you want to enter, just type exclamation point PHL, and you will be entered, and we'll do a drawing live, and somebody will get it right away. So awesome that we have giveaways. But yeah, I am super impressed with what we saw. Guys, we're only a third of the way done. So if you guys were like, wow, those were great games, I'm going to go away, don't, because there is so much more coming. And yeah, do we want to kind of break down the other side of things? So we had a couple of teams that were struggling a little bit. Fourth Party Cashbox and Via. They didn't really have that one game that was really impressive. I'm not even sure if they had a lot of second place between the two of them. So what do you think the biggest issue was between either you pick a team or both teams if you feel they did the same
Yeah.
thing? Just kind of what I'm curious your thoughts, Waltz.
I mean, similar to what we saw with the Bricked last season. It's the closeness with which these teams play, right? Like
Yeah.
the ability of these teams to constantly be shooting at the same person, to looking at the same in the same direction. That's I think what sets Team Out apart. And that's what we saw with a lot of these other players is like with Cafaneo and Fourth Party Cashbox, it just felt like there were moments where they were getting disconnected. They weren't really
Mm.
on the same page, and that has definitely caused them some problems. So I think for me, it really comes down to the instant communication between these players. You need to make sure that you're all on the same page and moving at the same speed.
Yeah, I think that's really a good point, because we have seen that from the top teams. We saw that in season 0 already. That basically the teams that played really close together, and especially like they were almost chained to each other, that they were able to kind of manipulate how they position themselves, and that just is such a strong balance, especially when you have something like a light, medium, heavy, where you have somebody that can do everything. You have your teammate on the left that can really deal damage, but also we now have the infuser in there, so the lights can heal people back up. And it's just really a nice dynamic. One interesting thing, Waltz, that I want to point out, and I gotta be careful how I phrase this. Um, there weren't a lot of balls in the lobby today. Um, I didn't see him. I'm talking, of course, about the healing ball. I just didn't see it. I haven't seen it. I didn't see a lot of balls in the EU side either. I don't think I saw any balls. And yeah, again, I don't know. It's an interesting point because when the season first launched, there were a lot of people that were worried about that. Like, oh, the heavy now is a healing. This is going to change everything, but it's kind of not. So, what are your thoughts on that point, Waltz? Oh, and I think you're muted real quick.
It doesn't heal you fast enough. It's just too slow. Like I mean, the infuser is good because it's fast, right?
Yeah.
Like it's an incredibly fast it's incredibly quick and like I think that's the big difference there is oh, we did have a win there. It looks like I'm gonna go ahead and congratulations, Suru. Suru does get the claim, so it looks like he does get this. So I'm gonna go ahead and send him his code real quick to Suru. Remember, guys, you do need to hit claim afterwards. But yeah, no, I agree. I think that is like it's just not fast enough. It heals so slowly, and you have to carry it with you, which means you're static in one place. And this game mode is all about movement. It's all about making sure that
Good
you
point.
can't get found, and possible that is the biggest possible thing that you need is making sure that you are actually never stagnant in this game mode, and the ball really expects you to be stagnant. As useful as it can be to gather around it, it also can be a bit of a ball and chain around your ankle sometimes. We saw Amers run it a little bit in one
Okay.
match. It worked for them, but I think they were going to win that match anyway. So I'm not surprised that we're seeing more people completely eschew it.
All right. Well, and that is a good overall viewing of the ball. I'm curious to see if
Never
any
points.
team will run it. But hey, we are going to take a really quick break. Waltz and I get some water as we set up for Group B. So everybody stay tuned. We have lots more finals coming up, and we will be right back.
All right, we are back with Group B for the very first Playday of PHL Season 1 for the NA region. It is a little bit of a mouthful, but so have these games. These games have been absolutely incredible. We're going to get to Group B, which has some teams I am personally very, very excited for. Teams that
Yeah.
I think are going to be very close in skill. As we take, we're going to take a look at these teams in just a moment, but we have a returning NA powerhouse, Team Bricked, STN, Stu, and Busy. Again, teams that just really dominated. And this last season, we have Refine with Lasagna, Gremlin, and Champion pushing through all the way to the end. A little bit of a change. Gremlin has replaced, he is now the new member. And then we have two of our open qualifier teams with some wild logo choices. We have the Nether with Barbarous, Noose Ricardo, and then we have Off Key with Epi, Honor the Pure, and Marshy. Epinephrine, Honor the Pure, and Marshy. So some of these players, I know, some of these players you should have seen around here and there, but it is a bit of a Giants versus the David versus Goliath between these four teams, honestly.
Absolutely. I am quite excited about this matchup because, as Walt mentioned, there are teams that made it through the open qualifier. There are entire names I've never seen before. You know, we've been in this for a while, and I love seeing fresh talent. So I am excited to see how these teams perform. And we got the new map right away on Citadel. Watching as Busy is having that lock bolt in hand. It's great to see choosing that instead of an RPG.
Minigun is back.
Is a choice.
The minigun is back.
Minigun is back. Hell yeah. Let's see him pop off some shots with it. He's winding it up. They're ready to push into. They don't know what they're about to get into, and he is dealing some damage. He's holding that left click, brings Barbarous down, and immediately the other player as well. Now they're just down to the last member, but he gets deleted as well, and Bricked take it off already. And just, yeah, that was amazing. I love the minigun. I love what I'm seeing. What a great start, Waltz.
He started off last PHL season like this. He's starting off this one the same. We have not seen Minigun yet. We've seen KS23. We've seen the Shack. We've seen the SA12. No one has dared to bring out the Minigun. And yet Busy says, guys, you forgot about the best weapon in the game, the best heavy weapon to ever be made. We're going to be watching as Refiner holding on to this Hank J. Wimbledon, one of the best aimers in the entire game. Doesn't always fare as well in the cash-out matches, however. Much more of a 3v3 focus. Lasagna gets winched in immediately. Gets melted by the side of Off Key, but the retrade is there. Gremlin doing some damage. He does go down himself. It's all onto Hank now, looking to hold up against all three as the revive comes in, but Epi with the sword is gonna melt him. That is a sword player in PHL. You eyes do not deceive you. Wow. This is a wild match.
I love that I have a little camera view of myself because I literally had my mouth like open when I saw the sword come in there. Because that you don't see it, I love it, and somebody's actually doing it well, especially after the nerf to the sword. Pretty impressive, but now watching as the FAMAS on STN tries to get some kills. He did help his teammate. There's nobody else over here at A. They're going to hold on to this. Team Bricked is not the people we want to be watching as we move over to Off Key as they're in control of Cash Out B. Refined as well is making their push in there. They want to try and find any opening. Gremliner tries to throw down that RPG, but not sure it connected in the way that he wanted to. The goo is definitely blocking them and holding them off just a little bit. Lasagna goes in that corner because he is very low, but it left Gremlin alone, and he went down in that battle.
Oh, Lasagna
down as well, and it's all down to Uni or Hank J. Wimbledon as he tries to pop off, also running the 93R, a very popular choice. He does get the kill, but Epi is still up. He's attempting to steal, but he knows he's about to be pushed by a sword, and he did stall his team just long enough and is unable to get the steal because Off Key just stopped that steal perfectly with a sword, I might add. Really impressive stuff already.
We see the kill score right now because I want to see the Nether moving in, only a single kill to their name. Meanwhile, 9 kills already from the side of Refine. Most kills in the lobby at this point. They have been working hard. They're about half of what Off Key have, even though Half Key got that first cash out. So continuing to show why they got to the championship position, they have just not been able to handle, and I think they definitely got taken off guard by the sword plays of Epinephrine.
It's just something that I know that these scrimming teams don't run into a lot. I've seen it on EU. It was a little more common maybe about 6 months ago, but not anymore. So it is wild. It is fun. You can tell Waltz and I are excited about this. Their Lockbolt went off on Honor, and he is kind of stuck there for just a second. He did get popped out, and that is not where you want to get stuck with the Lockbolt. Definitely contributed to the death of him. Moving over to Stu as he tries to find somebody with that 93R. He heals up his teammate with the Infuser, and now he throws a glitch grenade perfectly through that doorway. They're making their push in there, and there is all of the Off Key just dying left and right. They are in control of this, and they will hold the cash out.
Yeah, it's got a little caught unawares. They end up in a third party, not able to set up their defenses the way they want to, and Bricked, as we've seen time and time and time again, just roll into the point and just ruin everybody's day. Refine spawning in, and they are just running all the way across the map. They don't want to go. They want to push directly for Bricked. This is definitely some targeted play here, and very smart from them. They don't care about taking this away from the Nether. What they care about right now, making sure that Bricked do not run away with first place. If they let this cash out go through, Bricked are guaranteed to at the very least get top 2, and that is what Refine do not want. They want to make sure that these teams are kept even, that they don't get that early lead, much like Team Ed did in the last match. The Lockbolt goes down, but doesn't hit anybody. Nice movement from Uni, is able to keep him out of danger. St. on the high ground. Gremlin actually takes down STN, a big entry pick. The glitch nade takes out the domes. Gremlin dies to his own C4, though. That's a horrible misplay from him. He does get revived, but that's a defib utility already been used as the heals come down, keeping Busy alive. He has the minigun. He's pushing in. Hank takes down Stu. Gets the healing on his own team. Believes Busy goes down. Only STN left. Hank is going to hold onto these totems, keep them from getting revived as the steal is coming out on the backside. He's found him right there. The revive onto Busy. The steal is going to go out from Lasagna. He's going to get the hold. Now the push is on from Brick. Only Stu left on the map as he has coined in. His team melted in a matter of seconds, and now they know where the spawn is coming from. Refine have figured them out. They've locked them down. They're going to be able to hold on to this cash out because try as he might, I don't think there's anything Stu can do to take this back.
Yeah, what a great hold from Refine. They were able to get in there, get the steal, and the setup was just perfect by Hank J. Wimbledon, also known as Uni. And now we move over to the other cash out as it slowly ticks down. We're seeing some sword gameplay. Grabs the goo, buying himself just a little bit of an exit in case he's getting chased or just throwing it for fun. Moving over to vault number 6, there are two teams all right here on top of each other, the Nether and Off Key. They're trying to go for, oh my god, look at
Oh
that.
my
He's
goodness!
able to get one. Can he get a second? He can't.
That's the
Goes down
wipe.
in that, but they're going to bring him back up, and the wipe did go off. So all of this over a vault. The teams are on top of each other. We hear that minigun going off as well, but Refined pops through the floorboard, is able to pop off and get a couple of kills, but they go down. It's all on Stu getting that kill, getting his teammates back up, and it looks like Bricked will continue to be a dominating force in this arena.
But look at these scores. This is exactly why Refine targeted Brick in that last cash out. Because now it is anybody's game. Any team is able to get that cash out. They're going to be in the top 2. When Refine spawn, they have their pick. If they look for Brick once again, they can take first place. But the fight is happening. Off Key surviving and wiping the rest of the Nether. It's all on Noose. He's trying to survive, but against the model, against the SH-12, the shotguns blasting them apart. Nothing that the Nether can do. Unfortunately, not fireproof to the shotguns. As we're fine, pushing towards Bricked right now, looking for a repeat of the take they did just a few minutes ago. Hank J. Wimbledon's going to be on the high ground, has a great vantage point, but STN is looking to maybe trap him. The RPG going down. There's the jump pad. Busy going to be melted in a matter of seconds. STN does get a trade onto the other, but it's a 2 versus 2. They're looking for the revive. There's Busy getting brought up by his medium. Still, Lasagna not alive. The defibs for that medium are not available. They have to drop over the side of the map. They need to go for this long res, but Uni's going to be able to take out Stu. A big entry frag once again. The defibs have already been used, so there's not going to be a quick revive for him. The totem is all in a very, very difficult position to get to. Uni, continue to look. He spotted them. He has eyes on the entire team. He knows they're looking high ground. He's pushing very aggressively to make sure that they do not again. There's a lock bolt.
Oh.
The dome shield drops down for the side of Refined. They have to go for the steal in just a matter of moments because Brick now up to 3 members. They've all spawned in. They're at full strength. They drop it down with the DMAT. This could be a really solid point for them, but STN behind is going to DMAT the wall. He has the backstab. Lasagna going to melt to the minigun. The bullets just raining into the side of Refine. They're going to catch the heavy as well. Hank melting on the backside. Gremlin has to back away with his winch. They're very, very low on the side of Busy. A lot of health lost from the side of Break, but they're still up a man. Lasagna, once again, the team member to go down. They're missing their medium. They're missing the defibs, and they have an way inside. The seconds tick away. Only 5 to begin the steal, and Brick seem to have held on to this position. Gremlin doing his best to run in. He gets the winch, but at this point, he's just playing for kills. It didn't work out for Refine this time. Brick, take it away and get first place.
Oh my god. What a first map we had. Bricked coming back into this season with everything that they showed us in season 0. This is really fun to see. These people are powerhouses. That was just an incredible performance. And honestly, Refine were doing a great job of coming up close to them. I thought that we were going to see Refine come on top and just beat out Bricked, but no, Bricked is just able to hold on to these cash outs. Their defense is insane. It really is something that we see. And yeah, they've chosen their name well, and they are sometimes like going against a brick wall. So I am so happy. That was such a great match to start off with. And yeah, what are your thoughts on what we saw, Waltz?
Well, look at the kills. 19 kills for both Bricked and Refine. So both of these teams firing on all cylinders. Refine did not get second place. They didn't get first place. But that was a choice that they made to go after Brick. They could have crossed and they could have gone for the. They could have played against the Nether. They could have played against Off Key. And they know that they would have most likely taken those teams out. I know that they feel very confident in their play, but they made the decision to go for Brick so that Brick cannot get and run away with the points like they did in season 0. So I'm not surprised to see them with a lot of kills, but I do wonder if they're going to continue to make that choice in the future maps, especially if maybe Brick continue to get the better of them. So I am definitely excited to see how that progresses moving forward. I would love to see Off Key was definitely very fun to watch. I look forward to seeing more of them. I'm excited to see how that sword performs.
Yeah, I mean, a sword is very impressive to see just in the league, and that means that they've made it this far. They have some skills, and it's just really fun to see these weapons that we don't even see in ranked very often. So that means that a person is playing an off-meta weapon, and then it just is so fun when they're actually like popping off with it because it shows that there's a whole side of the game that most people are ignoring that there is so much potential with. So if you guys are wondering why we get so excited, and I saw some people in the chat like, don't you know who this player, blah, 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 but they're not in Pro League right now. This player is, and it's fun to watch. But all of that is said and done, and we're moving over to Fortune Stadium, my favorite map. It's definitely well known, and I am expecting kind of another performance from Bricked. I think that they're going to continue this dominance, especially on Fortune. We saw them. I think even we've chatted with several of them, and Fortune is one of their better maps. So I'm very excited to see what we have, and already another Pike. Will
Yeah.
we see another T-Mills?
I was about to say that I think Pike is going to come out on this map because there's so many long sight lines. I'm surprised, honestly, that we didn't see Fortune getting picked by fourth party Cashbox, knowing how good T-Mills can be with that weapon. But that's a past event. This is now the different one. STN needs to hit with the Pike shots. He's actually does take out a big first pick for them. The rest of Nether melts very shortly behind. Busy picking up 2 and a very quick wipe. Bricked starting out this map right as on the other side of the map. Refine also winning their 1v1 against Off Key, and they were in control of other vault, other cash out.
Yeah, so the two teams I really kind of want to focus on today are the two that are down right now because it's Offkey and Nether. These are the teams that are primarily of people that I am not familiar with yet. So these are the people that have the most potential of being somebody that can go against Bricked and Refined. So just keep that in mind as we continue through these matches of Group B because there's a lot of potential here that we are about to see. Now we're watching as Offkey are making their advance in the stairwell. They're trying to stay close together. We're often seeing this as well, a nice little goo barrel so that they can buy themselves just a little bit of space, a little bit of time. It is a lot of possibilities for what you can do with that. Here it goes. They're making their approach now. They have a DMAT so they can drop this down right to them. That's exactly what they've just done. They blew up the C4 on point. They're going directly against Bricked. This is going to be Off Key going up against the Giant. Can they do it? Nobody's gotten a kill just yet. They're running around, almost kind of avoiding each other, but here comes the sword. They are pushing in. He's going right behind him. This will be lethal if he's able to get the kill, but the goo blocked him off.
Nice,
there he goes, STN going down, but sadly there's a trade there as well as the minigun is doing work on the other side of things, and Busy's able to get the kill. What is happening?
Ripple.
Oh, Off Key, you did it so well, but that minigun is just a force. Busy is insane, and yeah, wow. That I don't know what they did wrong, really, outside of just going against such a skilled player.
Oh, it's Stu. I mean, Stu is playing his role so well. That is really the key takeaway for me is the heals that he can do. But Nether looking for a repeat. They're trying to take on Refine. A lot of damage pumped in Anya, but he's going to be able to get away. Looking for Gremlin this time. Misses an early winch. Can't even finish him down. He finally eliminates Gremlin, but he's just easy pickings for the remainder of Refine. That's an incredibly quick team weapon. He's looking once again to Offkey, trying to duel up against Brick. Can they figure something out? The Deagle's now coming out for honor, but he gets gooed up, caught in the crossover. Seconds left on this point. He has to go for the steal in just a matter of moments, but the time is ticking away. Dropping down onto the point, turns around. They're just avoiding. No time left for the steal. Now they're looking to reset, go for the next vault. I like this play. Don't get caught up in a fight that you know doesn't matter. They need to keep this tempo up. This is the only catch one. There is still time for them to make things happen. Brick are not interested in letting this fight go away that fast. They've already found honor. They're looking to melt him down. Epi and Marshy, the only ones left. One shot. You can't miss that second shot. You got to hit that, man. You got to be on top of it. Looking for the defib. Brings his team back up. Sees Stu looking to finish off the light for Brick. He finishes him off. Nice flick onto Stu. Now it's Busy's turn. Busy goes down. Only one member left. It's STN. Can he get a defib onto his team? Can he survive? Looking to grab that totem. He is going to get a full revive, and his team's going to be back up. Tosses into the corner with the gas barrel, just for good measure. As the cash out does get started, actually, by Nether. So they were able to successfully turn around on that fight, and this is going to put them into a good position.
Absolutely. So this is what we mean. People can go up against Bricked. Bricked are not infallible. They are not a force that just can't be defeated. And yeah, I think that we might be seeing a little bit of that happening right now. Goo Barrel in hand by Epi. He is dashing around. Can he find another kill on somebody? They're really staying close to these stairwells. It is helping them get up to them, but they need to kind of move a little bit quicker. There is a Red Barrel going off. Cash Out has now dropped. It might have fallen all the way down to the bottom floor, which will mean it's really out there in the open. Not a great spot if you want to be a sword player, exposed to everybody going around. Now we see them getting closer to it. They demat on it. Gas has now been popped on the Cash Out. It is almost halfway done, so that gas will evaporate before it is done, but we're just still seeing them kind of stuck. They haven't made their push just yet. Off Key is still here. They're waiting. Somebody could have thrown something in there. They could have winched it, but yeah, nothing just yet, and they're just kind of waiting. This lets them be exposed, and exactly this can happen. Nether have come around them now, and they've pushed in. They got a good RPG off. Off Key has now had to run away and find a different position, but again, this is far too slow for either team right now. They need to make something happen. Something happen, guys. Come on. This isn't a school dance. You need to engage. You need to get some kills. I don't know, Waltz. You take it from here.
I mean, that's exactly what it is, right? It is a dance. They're just positioning. They're figuring out where they need to go. They have a lot of time. You might as well use every second of those 2 minutes that you get. Otherwise, you could be pushing yourself into a bad position, but they push it now. They've made the incorrect time. It wasn't right. They're melting in front of the face of Nether, and Nether are going to wipe them. I was so glad that they were taking their time. I was so glad that they were finding the right approach, but it was not... They did not find the proper one when they finally made that push. Team Brick on the other side looking to punish Refined for the team wipe that they got. STN goes down, busy with the minigun, is looking to finish off Lasagna. He does do so. He's looking for the second, but he can't go for this steal without finishing off the rest of the team of Refined. He looks to hold a res, gives up on stealing the Cash Out entirely, hoping that he can get his team back to full strength so they can look and take on Refined, especially now that Lasagna has gone down. Gremlin and Hank holding the high ground, but they've been spotted from behind. The Pike going to work. STN looking to finish them off, but Uni finishes. Gremlin surviving on very low health P, but Stu is behind him. But the heals coming in from Hank have managed to keep his heavy alive. Gremlin is going to go down, but the team of Refined manages to wipe Brick. The Infuser again, proving why people continue to pick this.
Yeah, it's so funny to see, like, this person's about to die. They're one hit and, oh, nope, they're back. All of their health is regained and they are ready to fight once again. And it's just such a weird meta shift from where we were just even last season in Pro League. But you gotta love it. It's making the battles quite just extended a little bit longer. Chasing now Epi with the model, getting some good shots off, but it followed up with Ricardo's RPG. They're going to take control of this vault and bring it over to B. I think that they need to get this plugged and hold it, really, if we want to see Brick get back to the top. Right now, though, it is Refined's match. They are sitting pretty with 41k. Even if they lose this, they are probably going to get first place in this. So I love that we are seeing a misbalance of everybody already. Watching now as Gremliner is trying to find somebody with this shotgun. He goes for a winch claw. Sadly, it misses. He's continuing the chase, though, but it is a light player, and they are able to dash away and get out of there to reset once again. Gremliner's now trying to find somebody again. There's the winch claw. It connects. He's able to get STN down and just deleted, but sadly, he gets traded right back, moving over to Lasagna as he is trying to stay alive on just half health, reloading his model shotgun. Hank J. Wimbledon getting his health right back up, and the full team is back here again. Refined sitting pretty. I don't know if anybody's going to be able to get this, but I take it back as Off Key is here. Dome shield in hand. They threw that down, wanted to go for a steal, but there's the dashing sword left and right, and he got that kill. That was insane as we move over to Epi on just a little bit of HP, but it's not going to be a lot because he's the only person remaining. He knows this is a great opportunity to push Red Barrel, but sadly unable to get the kill there, and it seems like this is going to stay in control of the Nether. And I'm not sure where Waltz went, but we move over as STN gets a crazy headshot with that pike right away. He has to pull off of it because that C4, the C4 did blow up. He's attempting a steal. His teammate comes in with a dome shield, throws it down. Perfect steal. They're able to get it and get this cash. They need to hold on for just a little bit longer. The last fourth of this cash out remains. Less than 30 seconds on this cash out. Red barrel in hand. They're going above. They're getting the high ground. They've got the D-mats. I'm not sure if anybody's even going to contest Bricked on this. Refined is here. They want the cash. There it is. Waltz, go for it.
Refined definitely want to keep. Honestly, all Refined care about is keeping Brick from taking this. They don't want Brick to be in second place. As the steal going out for off key. Can they hold on to this long enough? The smoke is there. The smoke is delaying everyone. They successfully get the steal, keeping the confusion going. That puts them into third. But that means, more importantly, Bricked are in fourth place in this match. Refined with a commanding 63,000. And the focus that Refined had on continually putting Bricked in their place means that Bricked go from first to worst in these subsequent cash-out matches. Off Key and Nether just positioning in these middle rounds.
Yeah. This is kind of what I expected from Group A, honestly.
Look at those kills!
Oh my god. Hank J. Wimbledon, also known as Uni, one of the craziest players in the entire game. 8,600 damage. He is eclipsing people, even eclipsing entire teams. It's just... Oh, it's wild, this player. And yeah, they earned that cash. Refined had it. They had it pretty much before even the last cash outs got started, and it is just a dominating performance. If you have somebody like Uni that can just pop off like that, it is just a force to reckon with. So really fun match. I think that it's amazing that we saw Bricked go down from first to last. I thought that we might, when we saw that first win, I was like, oh no, am I gonna immediately eat my words about the five wins that we just saw? But nope, I'm safe in that one as well. So I don't know. Those are some really cool matches.
In any other group, maybe you would have to eat your words, but these are two finalists from the
Yeah.
championship. Like, these are places 1 and 2. You know, there's a reason these two teams were first and second in Pro Hub season, season 0. Like,
Yep.
they know what they're doing. They understand how to play the game. They know how to play against each other. We're going to see them continue to trade back and forth. I don't think we're going to see Brick to make it to fourth again. I think that was very much just a Refined playing very, very well. Brick getting unlucky with the placement and some of the RNG there. But that's why we do so many cash out matches. They're going to get to play 4 more, or they're not 4 more, they get to play a few more today. And then at the end of today, we still have 5 more play days with 5 cash out matches every round. So you get unlucky once like this, it's not over for you. There's still plenty more time for Brick to pull this back in. So we know they're going to pull this back, but you're right. It was incredible seeing Refine really pop off. And on Fortune Stadium, that makes a lot of sense to me, because you talked about how Uni is just an incredible aimer, just absolutely stunning. How the movement, the dashes are always on point. I think one of the things that gets overlooked sometimes with these light players, it's all about the aim, but the movement that they can put together with their dashes is sublime. The ability they have to judge exactly how far they're going to go, to thread these tiny little needles, also to just dance circles around their enemies. It's impossible to track them unless you are a god. It is one of the reasons why these lights are so difficult to deal with. And 14 kills from Hank is showing exactly why he was in the first place position. So very impressive stuff from him. We obviously do have several more maps coming up, and like you said, 3 more to go, only 2 maps down. The real question is, do you think Off Key and Nether are going to be able to put something together? Because this is first and second from Pro Up Season 0. Genuinely, absolutely incredible players. I would be absolutely shocked if neither of these teams if these teams both didn't make it to the major. So, do Off Key and Nether have a chance?
I think that they do. I just want to remind people that, like, just because they haven't been they that haven't been in, the scene so far, doesn't mean that they can't be the best. So I am just waiting for the people that we don't know. And I think that just saying that they don't have a chance just overlooks all that potential. So I'm going to stay hopeful and really just watch these teams very closely as this league and season just kind of continue to evolve. So I'm hopeful. I think that's the biggest thing, because I want to see somebody go against David and Goliath. I want them to go against the giant, and just just take it away. So, yeah, that's my hope. We have many more maps. The next one will be Monaco. So, kind of more of a rooftop oriented map. I do remember that Uni kind of plays pretty well in this one because there's a lot of opportunity for him to pop in and pop out of buildings on top of rooftops. And yeah, I'm not sure exactly how this next one will go, but should be pretty exciting.
Yeah, I am looking forward to these next maps. We are doing a quick remake. We just had a little bit of a lobby bug, so don't worry, guys. The cash out matches will continue very, very soon. And you're right. I think there is a lot of potential for these teams to come in. I was very impressed with Team Nether when we were playing. It was actually very, very
Yeah.
impressive. Barbarous, especially, was really impressing me with a lot of his gameplay. And I
Hmm.
admire that Offkey is willing to bring in some very off meta things. We've seen some teams kind
Hmm.
of run different stuff, and obviously Busy feels very confident with the minigun, but I appreciate that we've actually seen quite a lot of flexibility with a lot of these different teams. So it's actually quite appealing to have some genuine, some some genuine variety with our gadgets and with our weapons. So, and interestingly enough, one of the things I want to point out, Busy is the only one running mesh shield. Every other heavy in the lobby is, so that does obviously mean they can pull things out of gas. If they find themselves running up against gas mines, they might be in a little bit of a pickle if they cannot drop it out of the gas. But
Yeah.
it does give them a little bit more security when crossing maybe long spaces, and it does mean Busy's a little bit more survivable if he's not quite next to his light.
Well, and do you think that we'll see the minigun on Monaco next,
Yes.
or do you think he's going to switch off? You do.
I
It,
think he is. I think Busy genuinely believes in minigun in cash out matches. It's not amazing for 3v3s. We've seen
yeah.
many, many times that when it comes to the 3v3, it's in favor of something say 12 or the Shack, just simply because the minigun requires too much spin up time. But in the chaos of these moments, then there really is a lot of benefit to the minigun being done. And it
Interesting.
looks
Yep.
like we might
And
have a little bit of a lobby bug here. We need to go for a start. We may need to do so. I also do not have audio, so there are a couple technical bugs. If you're wondering what's going on right now, there's an issue with the lobbies where if you leave a paused lobby, you have no sound in your game, period, until you actually restart your entire client. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have production's just gonna restart real quick. We're gonna remake our game, and we will be totally fine. So I think what we should do is we should go to a very quick break, just so we can go ahead and have everything restarted for you guys. Make sure that we are fully free of our bugs. So we're going to go to a very quick break, guys. We will be right back in just a minute as soon as we hit that break. All right, guys, we are back. Sorry for the delay, but we are here on Monaco, about to get into our third match of Group B. Rick taking map number 1, Refined punching back with a dominant performance in map number 2. Now we're on Monaco. The question you asked, Rio, is does Busy swap out from the minigun? And you know what? I might eat my words because that is a winch, and it looks like he probably is running winch SH12, most likely on the side of Busy, deciding that maybe for some of these maps he doesn't want to run that minigun. Running the Shack this time. So it's going to be winch Shack from Busy, not running that lock bolt, switching it up just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really surprising to me. This map just has so many buildings and so many corners that the minigun just really gets stuck on. So it's a really logical choice for me, and that's kind of why I felt he might change. But oh, Lasagna popping off, gets a headshot right on STN. Can he follow it up and get a second one? He does. He gets Busy down by just charging directly into him. Interesting strategy with the pike, and one that would definitely not work for me. So I'm happy to see him popping off with it. And honestly, a pretty cool skin too, if I'm being fully honest with everybody. But yeah, moving on, that was a great first battle. They decided not go for the final kill. I think that Stu just tries to run away and hide and let his team regroup. So interesting choice to not go for the wipe, but they decide to get the plug in, and we move immediately over to Barbarous as he is just popping off with the model. He gets some kills, and they're gonna get the vault and the wipe on off key. What a great start in Monaco.
Yep, and that is the benefit now of running, not caring about the team wipe, caring about the plug. Refined to have a little bit of a tempo advantage now. It's not significant, but this could start to snowball if they can keep this momentum going on. By the time we get to our final cash out, they might be able to just contest both. So Refine really understanding the tempo and requirements of these matches. I'm gonna go ahead and scale the side of the cathedral real quick. You can actually climb up this, no jump pad required here. As SDN, with that pike, looking to deal Lasagna some damage. We know he's gonna be on that high ground. They have their group prepared, however. But so much damage immediately goes into Gremlin, reloads, repositions, and resets. But he gets taken out from the side. Hank with the M11 is just causing chaos in the background. We finally get a return of Hank with the M11, one of his signature weapons for a very long time. Spots the enemy heavy. Busy's about to go down. Gets utterly shredded by the side of Refined. They were distracted, paying attention to the heavy and the medium. But on the side, it was just Uni shredding them to pieces as off-key looking to take this away from the Nether right now. Down. It's caught Epinephrine. He goes down the sword, unable to escape from the limitations of that lock bolt. There's another one looking to get that revive. It's just Marshy yet. Can he get a defib onto anyone? Trying to back away. He's down. He just accepts his fate, and he's going to go down.
Yeah, being chased by that ARN is quite deadly at times, and yeah, it's really cool to see it being used as well. It was used a little bit last season, and I think it has a really good purpose, especially in a map like this. You know, you've just got so many bullets, and you can really control the aim and the fire of it. It really makes for a great automatic rifle. But moving over now to watching more of the pike gameplay from Lasagna. He is set up right on top of that cathedral. He's got a great vantage point of basically everywhere you can see in this map, except for the far corners of it. So good little setup. They're waiting to spot anybody out, find a little bit of information, and that's exactly what they just did. They're able to see that Brick all moved to the top of that rooftop. They possibly have Vault over by them really close, and yeah, Vault 3 has spawned. But can he get anybody from this distance? He did get a couple of shots off, but everybody just kind of hides behind these rooftops. You're able to get a shot off, hide, and it's, in my opinion, kind of not the most fun thing to watch because everybody just kind of is taking pop shots off on it. But it looks like Refine is here. They want to bring the combat directly to everybody, and that Shack off their window is not enough, and they do go down. It is down to just a little bit of HP as Refine continues to stay alive. Stu sticking in it with just 1 bar of HP makes the right call and gets out of there. Cash outs will be put into C and get them started. C and D.
Very successful. They were able to they thrived in the fight between Bricked and Refined. Off key, were able to just snag the vault. But look how close these cash outs are. This is going to be an absolute disaster for the team that's trying to hold D. Any team, the fight is going to be in this massive Oh, look at that. They actually do winch it into the corner. Nice thought here from the Nether, making sure to reposition that cash out, just trying to bring it more into the keeps out in the middle of that area with all these pikes, so many shots going out. It's going to be a disaster for them. Refine wants to continue the work that has been done here, pushing onto the side. They're already looking for one. The model shots aren't quite hitting. Ricardo does take out Uni, but Lasagna gets the defib on him very quickly. Only Noose left, trying to survive. Very, very patient. Has to play on top of the roof as Lasagna and Gremlin licking their wounds a little bit. Takes out that dome shield, but his team still has a few seconds left. 1 second left in the entirety of Nether. Respawns. They do have control of that cash out, so Refine not yet able to move in as the fight is happening over as well. Looking towards off key. They haven't yet moved in for the steal. STN about to coin on his end. Only 1 coin left. Does he actually coin? It looks like they might be looking for a defib as well. But Uni battling in the middle. Human Tone does take down Woos, but Brick decided to make their move. They've lost STN, actually. He's not coining. They might be going down. Busy winning the shots with that shack. The damage from those double bullets are doing so much. As Marshy, looking for the defib, does successfully get it up. Back at full strength, but against an enraged Busy. Are you ever truly safe at full strength? Marshy is very, very low. Epi as well, missing some health. They might have an eye on Stu. Finally sees him. Stu dodging away with the 93R with the headshot. Very quick work of Marshy. Honor goes down. Honor very, very low as Epi goes down. It's all on him to survive. He goes down. They have a chance for a steal. Last second. Can Stu hold this? Refine, look, as they coin, they could swing by, but Stu gets there completely unattended, takes this away, successfully clutches it out for his team.
Ooh, that was hard to watch, and somehow Bricked were able to walk away from that and get the cash. That was truly impressive from them, and it didn't even bring them up to the top of the map. So this is just really exciting to see these back and forth, and both cash outs being so damn close to each other is really insane because you have exactly what's happening right now. Everybody is diving onto it. They're going for the steal. They're able to hold it. Are they able to get this off? Sadly, Refine gets pulled off of it, but they were just a hair's breadth away from getting another cash out. Now they're just watching as Hank J. Wimbledon is the last person remaining. He gets in that gateway, pulls away from the fight, but decides to go right back in it. He wants to get a res off, but I don't know if he'll have enough time because here comes Busy in the push. He's getting right there. They got the res off, but it's a risky res as they're all here on top of each other. That gateway is getting a lot of work as they're trying to just stay in this battle, and honestly, this is Refine doing what they're doing best in staying in this. Are you kidding me? They just got the wipe on Brick. What am I watching here? As now it looks like they're getting everybody back up in the fuser and they want to bring this fight to the next battle.
And oh my gosh, Nether have to be thanking their lucky stars that Brick were there. Otherwise, that was going the way of Refine. They were going to steal their cash out. But as it stands, Nether find themselves in the position of potentially getting first place. We talked about this. Do they have a chance? If Refine and Brick cannibalize each other, we could actually see Offkey getting second place as they hold on to this cash out on the side of the map. Nether getting pushed very aggressively. The RPG gets eaten by the goo, unable to do any damage. The winch misses as well, but that doesn't matter. He eliminates Ricardo, looking for the second as well, dropping to the ground, just taking Barbarous out. Gremlin taking no prisoners.
Enemy down there.
As Lasagna runs that vault, looking to plug that into cash out A.
Yeah, that was insane. The Nether are doing great this game. They sadly did get wiped in that battle, but it's really fun to see somebody go so hardcore on top. So they have 36k. We are down to just this last little bit.
Oh my
the other
goodness.
vault isn't even in play. But what is this? Stu just popping off with a 93R. This might be his opportunity to find another kill and work his way in there. Off key, desperately want to hold on to this to get a little bit of cash and maybe not end up in fourth, but I'm not sure that they'll have that opportunity. They go for the res, and Marshy is back up. It does look like he's only at half health though, so it's going to be interesting if he is able to stay alive. There's that infuser going off as well. Stu trying to chase them, but he's very low, goes down in that battle, and it is looking like it might stay the way of Off Key. They're down to the last fourth of this cash out. It is running down, and nobody is going to be contesting them, so Off Key will get a little cash in their back pocket as we move over to cash out A, which is ticking down halfway there. Hank J. Wimbledon in control of the cash out, but he's needing to stay alive. Goes into a nice little corner there and dashes and gets away. We've pointed this out time and time again. He is a survivor, but we'll move over to now. What is this? The Nether are going for more cash. They want to get this going. 18K will put them firmly in first. They get it and they dash off. I'm not sure if anybody's really going to have time to contest this. We're running down and the clock is just ticking down. The last 30 seconds. Will anything change, Waltz?
Don't know. Nether are in a very commanding position right now. Amazing for them to actually make this and potentially get a first place. Lasagna does get a revive, so Refine have a chance here. Any one of these teams could take this cash out and actually make it into first place. This cash out means so much, even if Bricked are able to get a hold of this, but there's only 2 of them currently. Smoke is on the ground. 9 seconds left. The steal has to begin right now. It's an absolute scrum on the point, but there's a steal. Refiner holding it. Wait, do they get this? The steal is happening. He doesn't have time. Nether able to hold on to it. The chaos of the smoke was enough to pick off Refine as they went for the last minute steal, and Nether able to pull this out.
Yeah, that was quite a wild match, and yeah, not sure what happens. We might have had somebody disconnect, but that is the unfortunate thing.
If you're wondering why we don't pause and remake, the rules are that if somebody does disconnect and does so and cannot rejoin after the first cash out is begun, we can't remake simply because it does cause issues with it does cause issues with things. So that it is sometimes the problem. There is also an issue where we cannot see chat when we are in spectator mode. If we are watching as a spectator, for some reason, the chat does not show up, so we don't actually get to see things. It is unfortunate. So we do have to, we will remake the lobby real quick, but we can go ahead and change back to our beautiful faces. We are figuring that out in the lobby just so that our production can work on that on the back end while we chat a little bit about what we just saw, because of course, unfortunately, STN did disconnect and was unable to reconnect. Again, there are some bugs. Unfortunately, we're having a little bit of issues, and we apologize for that, guys, on the NA side of things, but we're working through it. We appreciate Brick still playing through, doing a good job, and honestly, nearly making it out there. I mean, Stu and Busy playing together, we see the value of having a medium on your team, though, right? Busy requiring and really needing that medium to enable him to get through these walls, get those jump pads, move around the map is so important.
Yeah, I definitely saw movement is so key in this. Yeah, it's unfortunate that we lost somebody, but it still goes to say that they got cash, they got money, and even with STN dropping out what seems to be a little early on, they were able to work as a team, and we've seen that from Brick. They play really close together, so it's cool to see just them get into it and still roll with the punches basically. But it did allow a little bit of changes to happen where we saw some new faces come in there and really. I don't know. Maybe it was their opportunity, but we did see some really good plays from all the other teams in there. So a little bit unfortunate, but what are your thoughts, Waltz? Did anybody kind of pop off in your opinion? Anybody kind of stand out in what we just saw?
Was really impressed by Nether, honestly. Like they held things really well, and yeah, they did get very fortunate with some of those fights. But like you said, you have to get there in the first place, and they had some good thoughts. They manipulated their cash outs quite well, put them into more defensible positions, made sure they were setting up in the right places. They did rebuff off key several times. I think that was one of the key points as well. Is that Refine and Bricked again fighting off on their own corner of the map. So it was fighting off on their corner of the map. It was actually quite advantageous for Nether to be handling off key in that situation. So not overly, I am a little surprised, but I'm very impressed by Nether, and I'm hoping we can see them do as well, especially if we're able to get full strength Bricked into the lobby. Definitely something we all want to see, of course, is them firing on all cylinders. And I do see some questions as well about the format real quick. So I want to go ahead and iterate that, guys. This is a very similar format to Season 0. We're going to play a bunch of games of cash out. Every team is going to play 30 matches of cash out. You get points for your placements. And then our top teams, they're going to go ahead and participate in a match against each other, a 3v3. So if you're wondering where are the 3v3s, we saw them last season, it's because we play a bunch of cash out and then we get into our 3v3. Love the chaos of cash out, but at the end of the day, you got to settle down eventually and figure out which team is the best. But for now, we love watching these crazy matches.
Absolutely, and they are only going to continue to be more and more crazy. We're actually on Skyway Stadium, which we haven't seen today, at least on the NA side. So this will be a refreshing map for those who have been watching so far. And yeah, it might be a really good playground for Brick to come back, especially after their last map. But immediately they get lock-bolted. STN goes down from that battle and needs to go lick his wounds and find the rest of his teammates as Stu and Busy try to regroup, maybe get the res back off on him, but now they're chasing a kill, looking for anybody if they can find them. Goo blocks their approach. The winch claw on the zip line. Are you kidding me? Now we're gonna see if the minigun can do it, and the minigun just deletes them. What a wild pull, but you do not want to go against Busy. Busy, though, is the last one remaining on his team, trying to find somebody out, but can't find him in there. In the nether, take the kill, take the wipe, and we're gonna see them take control of vault number 2.
A very big lockbolt right there at the beginning, taking out the medium. And we see this many, many times. We saw this in the down. Yeah, the light has the heals, but the defib on the medium does so much to get your team right back into the fight. Nice. Again, the cash out manipulation. Putting that into a very, very defensible position with the range and the damage that Hank and Lasagna can put out. Just going to be very, very good for them. As Nether need to hold on. Off key is across here. Honor taking out one, but the damage on from the background. Noose looking to heal his team up, but he gets a limited sword. Maybe he calls himself Epi because that's what he uses. Maybe he uses an Epee, you know? He's a bit of a fencing guy.
Yep, no? Maybe.
Not a fencer.
No, not really. But hey, moving over, this is a great time for them to steal. They're going to hold it, but that C4 is right on top of them. But I think that they're going to be able to get it, and they have full control of this. I'm not sure why Refined will just let them have that. Refined has perfect spot over them. They have a good vantage point on them. But hey, maybe Brick is just a little bit scary right now. We're now seeing the push from Refined. Hank J. Wimbledon tried to make his first approach in there, but sadly got the end of STN's pike and had to go away a little bit. They've now wrapped completely around and are going to go for a steal on this. I think so. They're right on top of it. At least Hank, he is trying to build a little goo fortress, forcing the Brick team to push directly on there. But this is still in firm control of Brick. They have the high ground. Nobody's really died just yet. Busy's taken a little bit of damage, but he has that minigun. Throws down the dome shield, and sadly, Grimliners goes down in that battle. Hank J. Wimbledon gets Busy, but he is left with just a little bit of HP. Now Lasagna. Oh my god, this is going to turn the entire battle, as they might have just enough time to go for the steal. The Infuser turning the entire battle, and there is the last person remaining on Brick, and there he goes, absolutely deleted with the 93R, and Refined take the cash.
Eliminating Busy, dropping down and eliminating the second member of Brick, taking STN out of the picture, and then finally healing his medium so that Lasagna doesn't die, and then getting the pick onto Stu. Just a master class in light gameplay right now from Hank J. Wimbledon. Beautiful stuff from him, and that does put them in first place right next to Off Key. Brick continue to get a few kills under their belt, but they were unable to get a cash out back from the hands of Off Key.
Yeah, that was so exciting, and honestly, I love just the way that they played that. Uni is amazing with that movement, and it just wins him so many battles. People don't understand that movement is half of this game. I really do mean that when I say half of this game is movement and placement. That is a master of it, and I love it every time he does something like that. So cool to see, but moving over to the Honor as he tries to winch claw somebody out. Sadly, it didn't work for him, and he was on the receiving end of the minigun. Now it is all down to just Nos as he's trying to stay alive, maybe get a res off on his team, but I would honestly just die. But look at this waltz. We're seeing both of the cash outs being sent over to D. Are they going to double? Are they going to try and hold it? Are we going to see another game of hot potato? What's about to happen?
Oh, we better not see a double. This would be a disaster. Why would you ever double on the second cash out? This would be a terrible idea. Refine need to make this across to the other cash out. Instead, it looks like they are doing so.
Good.
They're on the other side of the map right now. So we are not in danger of a double. That's going to get plugged by Refine. They're in this, and Bricked on the other side of the map, which means these two teams will most likely not be fighting each other over these two cash outs. It's now Off Key and the Nether who have the question to be asked of them. A quick cross. He's so low. Oh my goodness. Epi has to be on 1 HP, just barely surviving, but he gets his team across the gap. They've made the first step. Now they have to unseat Bricked on that high ground, on that crane with the pike. It's going to be an incredibly difficult push. And now they see them. He is dealing a little bit with these railings. Has to drop down, giving away that high ground. But he's grouping up with his team. Stu healing his medium up as they look onto the point. Slowing down a little bit, making sure there's no third party coming in. It does look like the Nether might be looking to move in. We actually might have 3 teams. But Bricked have to focus on the problem in front of them right now. His team below him doing a lot of damage to that heavy, but he's... There's the defib, gets the goose, separate the fight, keep his alive. Heavy goes down, unable to cross the distance fast enough. The dashes were not there as busy. Going to work with the heals coming in from Uni. And Stu keeping his heavy alive as Nether decide this is the time to third party. Ricardo pushing in very, very aggressively alongside Barbarous, looking to unseat Bricked once and for all. The DMAT through the wall, they're hounding them back and forth. 2 go down, the third goes down. Brick successfully rebuff 2 teams successfully at the same time, and they get the steal.
Oh god, Bricked is terrifying. They were able to get in there and just bully everybody. They don't have a ton of cash right now and are not even sitting in first, but it was really cool to see them just get in there, get control of this cash out, and they will get it. And I think that'll put them in second place pretty firmly. But we are running down to the last 2.5 minutes of this map. This other cash out in control by Refine. Nobody really is contesting them. They're going to get the cash as well. So this is all going to come down to the last 2 cash outs. Where will they go? What team will control them? Is this Nether's opportunity to find a cash and get a little bit on the board, or can we see Off Key maybe take control? They have the opportunity to eclipse one of these teams in second place, so I'm really curious how it's all going to pan out. But this is a pretty common thing that we see in Monaco, or I'm sorry, Skyway, where things slow down just a little bit in these battles, especially in between the vault fights. So watching as both teams are starting to make their push onto vault 5 and 6, looks like 5 has been tapped by somebody and 6 as well. So these teams are just kind of battling it out from the rooftops, and I'm not sure where they'll take it from here, Walls.
Yeah, Rick successfully getting a wipe onto Off Key on the other side of the map. It was funny from range to watch them just jump in. Hank continuing to show the 93R off. A real dominance from that weapon from him, but he gets winched in to the SH-12. There's no way he wins this against this! Hank, you crazy man! Surviving against 2, looking for the third. He gets winched in, but he cannot die. And they get the plug. What is this gameplay right now?
Just the back and forth is insane. Trying to get the last second plug. It's so hectic. The back and forth. I am loving it. So crazy, so much to just take in, honestly, for all of these teams. The Nether just aren't able to find it just yet. They're struggling a little bit in this. They're going to respawn, come back for it. I'm not sure if they want to go for A or B. Both teams are going to be an uphill battle for them to try and push into, but it seems like they're starting to work their way towards cash out B. This will be their opportunity. I'm kind of rooting for them. Bricked is a challenging team to go against, but if they can make something happen, they definitely need to do it right now. Moving over to Ricardo. He has a lockbolt in play in his hand, but they are just kind of taking their time. Nobody's made a push just yet. This is not what you want to do, guys. Your whole team is here. They're maybe waiting for the third team. I'm not really sure. But yeah, they
party this. They want the chance to. They know that Off Key is also coming this direction. Why go for the fight and get trapped in between 2 teams as they fall on top of you? This is the moment they're waiting for. They see you get dropped. They see the start begin. They know that Off Key is now battling with Bricked, and so they're going to wait for the opportune moment to get in and combat. Once members of both teams are already gone, that's actually huge for them. STN goes, but Busy gets the return. Now it's Nether's turn to show up and clean up this fight. Only 1 left for Off Key, but this is going to be the turnaround. Ricardo taking out Busy. That's 1 down from Brick. Only Stu remains. Stu is going to go down. Nether have successfully third-party this STN coins at the exact moment he needed to. But the steal is coming through. Nether, I think, are going to successfully get this. It's all on STN to delay some. or to get his team back up. He does have Busy coining in. They're going to look for Stu as well, and there's one final chance for them to get this steal back.
Yeah, that is wild. The time is just running down. We got 15 seconds left. I don't think it matters. The Nether are able to get this cash. It's not going to bring them up too high, but I'm still proud of them because they were able to kind of get into a very hard situation, go through Bricked, break through their defenses, and get it. So really cool to see. That did bring them all the way up to 3rd place. So there is promise. There are really good, teams here that we haven't seen so far. So this has just been quite fun. And yeah, Chad is kind of having their
the zero
well.
kill win. Gremlin with 0 kills, taking 1st place. And it's not that they didn't get into fights. They clearly got into fights. Hank had 5.5k damage, scored 7 eliminations, but Gremlin was really just a statue on that map. He was just an obstacle that other teams had to walk around.
836 damage. 836 damage.
800. Okay, if Gremlin can play in this match, I could have played in this.
Yeah, that's my average stat. I mean, come on, he's getting on my level now. But yeah, that is a match that we're probably gonna have to take note of because that is one of the lowest combat scores I've ever seen. Only a 100 support score. He was basically just their moral support, I think. He was just like, good job, team. Yeah. Go, my children, fly, do everything for me. And I'm going to sit back and enjoy a drink. So, yeah.
I tell you what's really exciting is it's really exciting watching Refine succeed in the cash out matches. That's something we didn't see season 0. Season 0, they really struggled. They made it to 2nd place, but Bricked were far and away ahead of the pack. They were just dominating the cash out matches. They were our first team to win 4 in a row on a single play day. It was crazy to watch them work. And one of the things we saw is Uni, or Hank J. Wimbledon as he shows in game, was really struggling. Something about Stu was winning a lot of the 1v1s. The cash out chaos really was just not in his favor. But we're seeing them putting it together and against a very strong opponent. Now, there are a lot of cash out matches. Maybe if there's like 3 or 4 very, very evenly matched teams, maybe that's going to be something that'll trip them up. Maybe if there's more, cash out macro happening. Because Nether clearly were struggling to put things together. They played very smartly there at the end. That was a great play, great patience on the push. That's exactly what they needed to do, and they executed it flawlessly. But it definitely is, you can see the level of play between these teams is just, there is a step there.
Yeah, absolutely. And hey, we are here, Waltz. We're at the last map of group number B. This will be Cis Horizon. And, if history has anything to say, this can be one of the most competitive maps in the entire game. So it's a great way to round up this group. I am very excited to see where it can go. I gotta say, I'm kind of rooting for Nether. They had a really great performance at the end, and I'm hoping that they kind of pull from that steam and are able to just run into this map and get something going. I'd love to see new names. These are people I'm going to have to message after and just kind of get in their heads, but it's just exciting to me. So let's see what they can do on Cis Horizon.
Looking forward to see what these teams can do. Brick already sparring against Off Key right now. Busy taking down Marshy, looking for more, following along through the stairs. The minigun is chasing you, and that's never what... It's about to be a disaster for the rest of Off Key as they finally been spotted. The FAMAS there from the side of STN is just rushing them. The FAMAS and the 93.
Yep, we lost Waltz there for a second, but that's okay. He might have fallen into the Cis Horizon void, but it looks like Refine and Hank J. Wimbledon were able to get some kills there, get the cash, and get the cash out started. So they're moving over and trying to get some more kills. They are very out of position, but it somehow worked for them. They were able to get in there and really are still very far away from their cash out. They are 91 meters away and trying to find their approach. I think Waltz might be back. Are you back, bud?
I'm hoping I'm back. Can you hear me now, Rio?
I can hear you loud and clear.
What happened? I'm having some mic issues, guys. I do apologize, but Off Key is hoping that they are not also having issues. The goo is there. He's got the little Namatama goo. A pretty exposed cash out right now. Not sure where Refine is. Looks like they're currently dueling with the rest of Off Key. The heals do go through. Nobody's dead yet. They still have everyone there. Epi does get taken down just as I say that. He's off to the side. Now only 2 left for Off Key. see the C4. They're going to pop the C4, drop it a little bit down, have some goo ready, baiting out the steal. Wants off key to step in just a little bit, and they take the bait. They drop in. Marshy goes down in the blink of an eye, as is Heavy as well. Honor caught between the side of Refine and the side of Nether as they push in, hoping to third party this. The steal needs to go out right now, but he again gets pushed off as Nether push in for this third party. Barber is taking a lot of damage, but they've taken out Gremlin. The Heavy of Refine is gone. He might go for the steal himself, but you can never be comfortable when Hank is running around. He's on the stairs, continually moving. Noose just never sure where he's going to show up, and Lasagna finds a great angle onto the Heavy. Ricardo goes down. The duel is there, and Noose is winning it against Hank. Hank finishes him off. It was a close one, but I think they're finally going to be able to get this steal.
Oh my god, that was so heartbreaking, and I'm really rooting for the Nether because they seem to just almost be there. And you know what? I'm certain as this season progresses, we'll just see an even more refined team. So this has been really exciting so far. Sadly, Hank J. Wimbledon is just a force to reckon with, especially in those 1v1s. He can really do well in those battles. So moving on, they now have it. Refined setting up on top of here, going for the bounce pad, going for the next vault if it spawns close to them, but not really any of them close just yet. So they make the call to go for Vault 3. They're going to immediately clash with, I think, the Nether team again, but potentially more as everybody starts to go towards this vault. And honestly, it's really close as well because Cash Out C is very close there, so they'll be able to make the move honestly within a few seconds. So I'm really curious which team will end up holding this as we make it over to the vault.
Gremlin jumping very aggressively. Lasagna right behind him as well. Has the DMAT, going to be hoping to make space for his team. Finds Noose, looking to finish him off, but he drops in between two, loses the duel against that ARN. And Ricardo down the hallway. That's why Lasagna ended up getting melted, got cooked in between those two. As his teammates looking to back him up. Right now, they're just holding these high grounds. They have this first cash out. This is not a super comfortable lead. There's the revive. They're able to get him up. The Heavy moves in. Barbarous gets a little bit too involved. Gremlin surviving on a sliver of HP. Can he go down? Noose! Oh, he vaults when he meant to go through the doorway. Unfortunately, drops to the floor. Now Barbarous is down. Still, just Lasagna and Gremlin left. They have their light currently down. Lasagna getting melted. Can he get away? He doesn't. Gremlin again, solo, looking to win, but he's going to get taken down by Noose. A wipe onto Refined and Nether, actually in control of this, are going to be able to get the cash out. It's on the other side. Bricked versus Off Key. Bricked did get the plug, trying to rebuff Off Key now. Already one dead from each team. The medium from Off Key, but Honor getting very low, and a couple of Hamas shots to the face are going to seal the deal on the light. Gets the revive back on his team, and now the last member of Off Key is just going to suicide real quick. This is where that reset comes in handy. Make sure that his team is able to get back into the fight.
Yeah, and we saw Bricked moving that cash out into the open. It's a great play to do because it makes it so much harder for them to push. I'm really curious if anybody goes for Bricked or if we are just going to see 3 teams dive onto C, which is probably what I would do in this situation. We are seeing an RPG in hand by Gremlin. He's making the advance onto C, tries to go a little bit away from it now and maybe heard them coming up the staircase. He goes for a winch claw, but sadly he gets pulled out of there and goes down immediately from Barbarous. Dome Shield as well and trying to stay alive. Ricardo on very low HP does get a little bit health from the Infuser as he gets now chased by the rest of the Refined team. He is trying to just stay alive. All of the Nether team are alive on basically 1 bar of health. Barbarous's health has come back up, but there's the Infuser again, and now we got a nice and healthy team. They're holding in control of this cash out. It is halfway done, but Refined is here. They want to bring him down. Noose went down in a battle we didn't see, but they have the defender bonus, so they have enough time to coin back in if they can buy themselves just 5 more seconds. There goes the steal. They try and bait it out just a little bit. Shelly in hand. They want to go for the steal. They want to grab it, but there is the C4, blows up the gas onto a bounce pad as well. So that bounce pad is jumping up and down. They have to break that out, and the winch claw to pull it out of the gas as well. This is their opportunity to steal, but they're unable to grab it as they immediately get pulled off of it. They now try and go for it one more time, but it is just them on surviving on a little bit of HP. Lasagna bringing it back up. This is their opportunity to steal. They break some gas, some smoke on point. It does block them gets them off. And look at that. Refined take it. What a back and forth waltz. These teams are really wanting to get that win.
They were so close. They kept wiping members of Refine, but they didn't push the advantage. They weren't able to capitalize on those initial kills, and the long reses kept coming out. Gremlin getting Lasagna up multiple times through that fight, and then they just survived long enough.
Yeah.
And now this is going to be a quick, and look at B. It spawned over in the Zen Garden, especially with the FAMAS on Lasagna and the 93R. I can't imagine that they're going to be upset about plugging over on Cash Out B. Refine, if they get this plug, are almost guaranteed to hold this, because pushing against this point is one of the hardest things to do. On Cis Horizon, for sure, it's the hardest point.
Absolutely. And yeah, we're seeing not everybody really kind of wanted to go for it. It is the most exposed area in the entire map. Vault 6 is just kind of sitting there. They want to find some kills. Lasagna's looking for him. He is taking a little bit of damage himself, but he wants to try and find somebody before they try and plug that, because it will be the most challenging place to push. But there it is. The DMAT through the wall brings down Noose. Almost immediately, they throw the cash over there, and they are going to get it started. So Refine will add to their cash total. They'll get the plug, and you know what? I think they have a pretty good chance of defending it. I don't know if anybody's going to go for it. I think the focus should be on Cash Out A, because we are immediately seeing Off Key try and make their push onto Team Brick. There's the minigun spinning up on Busy. He's ready for their push, but look at this. Are they just going to try and go past him? No, they want to go directly for it, and yeah, I think they actually are avoiding Brick. What's going on?
Brick need to run to the other cash out right now. They are so close to each other, actually. Look at these scores. They are separated by 2 kills right now. Brick desperately need kills. What they have to do is they have to run over and try and just third party. They're not even looking for the cash out steal. They just want the money from these wipes. As Hank is getting kills, that's pulling Refine further and further away. They're actually 4 kills ahead now. So Brick, this is just a straight up old kill race. It's an old-fashioned kill race like we're back in Season 1 all over again. As Brick healing up, they're backing away. They're guaranteed at least second, but they obviously want more. That's 2 wipes on the field. Off Key and the Nether have been wiped, which means that Refine and Brick are the only teams here. As the revives are coming in, the resets, the teams are starting to look at each other. Again, this is where these last minute dives are going to come in. For Nether and Off Key, this is all about maybe getting second and third place. The chances of second are gone.
Yeah.
They can try and guarantee second, but what they have to do now is just avoid giving too many kills. They might as well just be fodder.
Yeah, this is definitely the battle for first or second, as Waltz has pointed out. Look at the kills. We are separated by 2 kills from first and second, but nobody's really going at it. This is a little bit of a passive situation. We've got 30 seconds left. One of these teams needs to do it, and right now, Refine is holding strong with just a little bit of an advantage, but what's going on? Somebody's going for the steal right now. Off Key's trying to get it. They're holding it. What is happening? No, sadly, they got pulled off. They're going to have one more opportunity to do it, but we are down to the last 15 seconds of this match. If they hold it, this will change everything, but sadly they got pulled off of it again. Can they go for it one more time? No, the time is up, but Ricardo goes down in that battle as well, and sadly they weren't able to do it. And look at that, Brick take it by just a sliver. That is intense. That is insane. What a way to wrap up this final match for Group B. What a play. What a match.
Oh my gosh. And the true domination coming out from Brickton Refined, figuring out everything they need to do and just putting a cap on these matches. Bricked winning by 2 kills. That is insane. That is incredible. Amazing stuff from them. And you could see from Bricked as well, understanding the gravity of the situation and knowing that their only hope was to make it to that fight and actually get the kills. If they could have let Purple steal, I think they would have been very happy. But that was a crazy ending to what was a dominant match. I've never seen first and second that close together.
Yeah, and we did have some issues in one of the matches, but this whole group really felt like it was the battle between Refined and Bricked. I don't want to take away from Off Key or the Nether, because they did have some good performances. Even the Nether were able to get in there, and I think got second for one of them, or even potentially first. So they did put in their time. They are still a team to watch and kind of look out for, but we can't ignore what we saw between the Nether and Bricked. Those two were just they were scary. A lot of opportunities. Both teams would just go back and forth. So I'm happy that Bricked is still here, and yeah, it's refreshing, Walt. It's really kind of cool to see.
Oh, it is, yeah. Especially after they had some of those rough matches. Definitely wish that there were moments, and especially with the disconnect, you wish they could have done better. But this is Brick. They were never truly in danger of being in the bottom. We know how
Yeah.
good these players are, and we do have a giveaway. If you haven't seen it yet, there's a
Oh
giveaway
yeah.
in honor of Brick for winning this because we already had some of our other teams. Exclamation mark Brick. You still have about a minute if you want to enter that giveaway. But yeah, it's incredible stuff. I mean, they are just that good. We
Yeah.
know how well they play. Would not be surprised to see them move forward. And in maybe their next matchup, depending on who they're going against, if they don't run into Refine again, we're actually, the way we have things structured, you're never going to play another team more than once, which is very, very nice. So
Wow.
they will not see Refined again
Run
in
twice.
the they should not see Refined again. Maybe they'll see Refined once more. But at the very least they're never going to see them more than once more, and it's going to make sure that they get ample opportunity to play against all the other teams. And I could see them pulling out a 5-peat in the future.
Okay, wow, those are really strong words, but I kind of agree with you. If there's a team to do it, it's probably Refined or Bricked. They are definitely just forces in this arena, and yeah, that was quite a matchup. And did we have a winner yet for the giveaway? Oh,
Oh,
it looks
10
like it's still
seconds
running.
left.
So
We're going to pick
10
out our
seconds
winner.
left.
Yeah.
Yep, excited to see who's going to win that. But yeah, that was quite a group. And that's not it, guys. That is not where we're stopping today. We still have one more group. We still have 5 more matches. So if you guys are here for more final stuff, we have a lot of it coming up. But we're going to do this giveaway. We're going to take a quick break so that Waltz and I can get some water, rest our voices for just a few seconds before we dive into Group C. So it looks like we have a winner in chat. It is. Ooh, you do this name, Walt. I
Yeah,
can't do this one.
so Ezra Hopper, thank you so much. You do win. Make sure you guys type claim to actually get the giveaway. So if you don't type claim, then you're not going to be able to get it. So make sure you do type that, and we'll be able to go ahead and give you your code. But with that, we are going to head to a quick break. Like Rio said, we're going to get to our Group C in just a moment. Get our teams in the lobby. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few moments with more of PHL Season 1. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for the final group of the first play day of the NA side of season 1. It is going to be our final 4 teams. If you've enjoyed this so far, every single play day, we're going to do this. We're going to have all 12 teams playing. You're going to get to see every one of your favorite teams, every one of your favorite players. And today, in this group, we have our final 4 teams. Some teams that I am very, very excited for. We have Team Retwist, a team that used to be a team that you remember back from season 1. Used to be Team Div. We have Spawns, Llama, Brendy. We got Rabble Rousers with Derp, Varian, Sloth. And then we have the Steppers, one of our qualifier teams with Kip Kip, Just Angel, and Unfortunate. Kip Kip, a name that you've seen around a little bit with some new names. And then, of course, we have the Apes, the Ape Aura, with Bimo, Hashi, and Udrakoni, although I believe Rat Salt may also be playing for them today. We're going to have to see, but the Apes are here. Excited to see what they can put together. Some teams that I know and love. Are you excited for this matchup?
Oh, absolutely. I'm not sure if anybody noticed, but I do have like 2 plushies behind me. I've got a Namatama and a little ape. You know, probably the Ape Squad's one of my favorite groups, just throwing it out there. But I also am really excited to see the Rabble Rousers because they've got Mr. Derp, they've got Varian, and they've got Sloth, and they're just a really good team.
Yeah.
Last season they were kind of the underdogs, and they really found their footing, especially Mr. Derp. And yeah, I'm really excited to see if they're able to take that into these matches. But here we are, everybody, getting group number C started on Citadel, and we will see how they do.
Already looking in the angles, they're using that vent to do some damage. Bimo is going to take out Varian very, very quickly as he drops, looking for the backstab. Taking out Udrakoni on the other side. The defib doesn't quite connect. He finally gets it, but he's very, very low. Only take left, and he's going to get melted. The Rabble Rousers starting out strong here.
Yeah.
I believe those are actually flipped. The Ape Aura is the team on the top right, so we're a little flipped on that one, unfortunately. But the team of Rabble Rousers there did have a little bit of stuff. So Mr. Derp is not going to be participating in that one. Is actually going to be Take. One of their subs is going to be playing again. So the team on the bottom left is actually Rabble Rousers. The team on the top right is Ape Aura. Apologize for the confusion on that one. There we go.
Hey, there we
got it
go.
flipped around. Now we can see who it is. Meanwhile, the Steppers, another, like I mentioned, one of our qualifier teams, did go down to Team Retwist. Llama, the GOAT of the Sledge players, not running Sledge after that nerf. You hate to see it. At least I hate to see it. I know a lot of players are very, very happy to see Sledge not in the meta.
Yeah, I'm not. I really enjoyed it, but it was a little challenging to go against, and Llama definitely was one of the top players with it. Maybe we'll see it again, but we jump right into this combat as the Infuser is healing all of the teammates up quite nicely. But here they go. The Rabble Rousers are making their push into this. They're staying super close together, but there's the 93R trying to find its next victim. He's very close to him. He might have heard them, but there he is. Can he get into the crosshairs as it looks like he just slivers away by just a little bit? That movement is king, as I've pointed out many, many times before. But there they is going off a steal. They want to try and get in this directly on it, but everybody's kind of off on it. Ape Aura were able to get the steal directly from that, but there is the push. Bimo going down. Crossfire happening immediately on that. That 93R is just popping off in the games today. Following up, Udrakoni goes down in that battle, and will be Ape Aura going down. So I'm not sure that they should have gotten that steal right off, because it seemed to kind of push everybody a little bit away from where they needed to be. But we'll see it get taken up by the Rabble Rousers and see if they can hold it on.
Yeah, Ape Aura unable to hold on to things. But move to the other side. We're Team Retwist trying to push away. Just Angel's about to go down. Spawns also with the 93R. Now they have eyes on the totem. The glitch barrel drops as they demat. That is a disastrous moment. They're not going to be able to use a lot of utility. Staying alive for just a moment. Llama baiting out the RPG, waiting until the king goes down, and he's going to clean the rest of the team up. Steppers, only Just Angel on a sliver of HP. He's going to be going for the steal. There actually was a steal, apparently, that went out. Team Retwist needs to retake this, but Just Angel by himself doesn't seem to be able to do anything. Not much at all. But Ape Aura are here to maybe spoil the day. Can they get this steal? Llama finishes off Hashi. Udrakoni and Bimo very close behind. Can they get anything? Udrakoni does take out Unfortunate. Steppers just keep getting run into no matter which team they're facing off with right now, as Spawns backing away. Resetting a little bit, letting Llama as well. Llama gets the res onto Brendy, and they want to move on. They do not want to stick here. They do not want to get caught in this fight.
Yeah, and one interesting thing I want to point out, just kind of while we're in these vault fights, is that this is still a brand new map. So a lot of the strategies haven't been fully figured out or fleshed out from any team. So what we're seeing now, I think it's a great map that we're starting on because it lets us see which teams might have a little bit more of a combat focus, which teams might have a little bit more of a strategy approach to it, or maybe just people are just running around like headless chickens. I don't know, but I think it's really quite cool to see. But there it is. There is the vault going towards Cash Out D. It is getting started, and we're just going to see them get set up for it. So Ape Aura, maybe this is their opportunity to take this cash, get a little bit higher up on the leaderboard, but I am not sure, as nobody is really just approaching them just yet. I think we're going to go over to C, maybe? I'm not sure. Nobody has really just decided to make a full commit here, but Ape Aura have decided to take the battle to everybody else. They bring Brindy down almost immediately with that 93R. It is the weapon of choice for nearly every light right now as they grab the healing blueberry and gets himself back up to health.
Just playing some nice angles, just playing from range. Ape Aura not going to overcommit right now. Like you said, the fights are kind of in the middle of nowhere right now. Now, the fight is taking place over on C, so we do have 3 teams moving over that direction as BMO's just kind of keeping these angles down. But the Rabble-Rousers looking to hold on to this point. They have it right now, and they are a strong team. Like we mentioned, we saw them in the last season. They actually made a very late run. They were not doing well for most of the event, and then they had a miracle run through the playoffs, miracle run through the championships. Slothy dropping down to the ground, has an RPG, but does a lot of damage to himself. Kip able to make the return damage, does get the kill onto him. But here comes Team Retwist, taking out 2 in the blink of an eye. Kip does get a kill onto Brendy, but with that elevator, he's going to get a long res out of harm's way. All 3 members of Team Retwist back up, but the Steppers also at full strength. Rabble-Rousers also at full strength. There's so many teams here. Unfortunate, looking to hold on to the steal, but he's getting peppered. The heals pouring in from the side. They successfully get this. Now can they get away? The steal needs to come out in a moment. The winch doesn't do a dang thing, but it doesn't matter because there's not enough time to steal this. They're able to go ahead and grab that and just get away with murder. Look at the scores right now, how close this is as Team Retwist clean up a couple members of this team.
Yeah, what a great job by the Steppers. They were able to buy themselves the perfect amount of time, brought them immediately up to first place. They're going to go down a little bit after this, but this is so close. I am amazed and impressed by how well these teams are playing against each other just on this first map. This is going to come down to these last 2 vaults. Which team is going to take it? Are we going to see a double? Well, we haven't seen a double yet today, as far as I am aware. So I am curious to see how things are going to shake up, because now it seems like Team Retwist and the Steppers are directly on top of each other. We see a red barrel in hand by Llama. Gotta love the utilization of everything that's around them in this arena. Those red barrels can be key for poking holes, dealing damage, or just really anything. So it's cool to see them use it, but immediately after I start talking about it, he just drops it. So take all that back. They get Cat Vault 6. They're going to bring it over. Llama in firm control of it with the rest of his team. They go through a gateway and immediately get that plugged. They will have an opportunity to set up here and see if the Steppers bring it all the way over, the Rabble-Rousers are going to bring the next vault. Are they going to try and double this vault?
Oh, they're running into Team Retwist. Unfortunately, Llama misses that. Definitely not going for the double. They want the chance at second and maybe even first if Team Retwist take this. I don't think we're going to see any doubles today, honestly, as Varian just melts spawns. That is a light, so he's going to go away in a matter of seconds. The winch does hit him. He's playing on the edges of his own dome shield, but there's a mesh shield there. Nice glitch barrel, able to take a lot of that utility down for a moment. Separate them, and there's a revive for Retwist. Resetting, full health back, full players. Gonna go ahead and push towards this point. They don't want to get caught the same way they just did. Set up on the high ground. We've seen this, but here comes a jump. A mid-air winch is gonna pick one off. He can't finish off the kill, though. Jump into the air, using that zip line. Looking for the medium. Just Angel is very, very low. Looking for the finish on the Varian. He takes him down. There's the first, but Slothy gets the return onto Llama. It's just spawns left alive for Team Retwist as the revive comes out onto Varian. Rabble-Rousers successfully pushing them back. Slothy is getting harried by spawns, but there's only so much he can do. Against all 3 of them, he is going to be taken down, and Team Retwist are going to have to figure out another way to approach this map, as Ape Aura on the other side of the map also successfully taking Steppers out and stealing this away from them.
Yeah, I am curious with the amount of time that we have left if we are going to see these cash outs change anymore. Because both teams have 10 to 15 seconds to set up, hold it, and kind of get in the perfect position. So what we're seeing now is I do think what we're going to end up being. So Rabble Rousers and Ape Aura taking it from here. But we can all find out together because we are diving into the last 30 seconds of this. We're going to see some dives on point, watching as Team Retwist try and make their advance. Anybody can steal this and end up in first right now. This is going to be insane. Everybody seems to be going over towards B. Cash out drops down just a little bit. Goo going off, blocking the wall. They demat it down as well. This is a perfect play. They got to break that wall. They got to get through to him, but they stop it. What a perfect stop. We only have a few seconds left. The last chance for somebody to dive on it is right now. I don't think that anybody's going to do it, but here it goes. Unfortunate trying to get it, but the Goo stopped him. Are you kidding? This is insanity, and they take the cash. What a final few seconds for this match on Citadel.
And 1,000 points. Again, 2 kills separating first and second. It was, again, not quite as dominant as maybe the last match on the first map, but this was a crazy finish for the side of Ape Aura. They managed to get into first place by a hair's breadth. Rabble Rousers just behind them did get that second place. They really would have loved to get first. If they'd gotten just 3 more kills, they would have had that. But the Apes standing strong. And honestly, I'm a little surprised by Team Retwist being at the bottom. But when you look at the actual cash totals, it was not really that far. A single cash out would have made the difference between them being in fourth and them being in second.
Yeah. And Waltz, I'm going to make a really crazy prediction, but I have a feeling that this might be the best group so far of today.
All right.
Just looking at how close that was, and especially just so many factors. This is a brand new map. Strategies aren't fully developed, but we saw teams that were just battling it out in combat. We saw really long fights as well, where lots of reses were going off, a lot of people just kind of coming in and out of position. And everything that I saw in that first map really is telling me that this is going to be super close and that basically everybody in here can compete for first in this group. So I hope that stays true because that first match was awesome.
It was incredible. No, great stuff from them. I'm loving how close these are. Like you said, I think this is definitely our most even group so far, which is very, very exciting. And we've definitely had we've had in our first group, one team that stood head and shoulders above the rest, Team Ed, definitely showing off a little bit. In our second group, we had Bricked and Refined, who were clearly the best teams in those lobbies. And in this one, maybe it's a little bit more of a shakeup. I think my favorite moment from today is definitely still going to be that match on Bernal where the teams were just desperately trying to double, and then the vault was going back and forth.
Oh,
and two
yeah,
teams
that was
wanted to plug it,
perfect.
and one team didn't want it to get plugged, and it was just absolute chaos. It was really fun. But of course, we are moving into our second map here, Cis Horizon.
Cis Horizon.
I am looking forward to seeing if Team Retwist can put something a little bit together. Definitely a team I want to see perform better, as well as the Steppers, of course. It was exciting to watch the Steppers. They really impressed me in the qualifiers. All of our qualifier teams actually really impressed me with the quality of play that they put on. And I'm excited to see if they can perform against this level, because these lobbies are something else. When you're so used to running, even in ranked, there's a lot of imbalance in these levels, and I'm excited to see how these teams handle the pressure of these cash outs.
Yep, absolutely. What a great way to introduce Cis Horizon. These teams are primed, they are ready, and the vaults have been tapped. Watching as Just Angel is just kind of staying a little bit below, watching for anybody, heals up his teammate there with the infuser, and is just trying to look for any opening that they can. He has just found that opening. Good movement, dashes off, gets Hashi down to just a little bit of HP, but his teammate is able to clean him up. Udrakoni is now the last person remaining on Ape Aura. They're wanting to try and find that kill, get the wipe, and take the vault, and there it is. Ape Aura went down. Maybe they have a target on their back after their performance in this last map, but yeah, that was quite a good start for all of the Steppers. And yeah, unfortunate, and Just Angel had really good positioning, and then just the follow-up by their team. So I want to see them set up. Yeah,
you called it out, like him playing behind his team with the heal beam. That was a perfect play from Just Angel, with healing his team up when they needed to heal, popping out, getting the backstab onto a team, not bothering about finishing the kill, just getting him low enough, and then at the last possible second when he needed to as well, just separating the fight and using a glitch nade, providing utility to his team. Everything he did was to provide utility. Incredible stuff from Just there.
Yep, absolutely. And Ape Aura are going to be pushing in there immediately. They want to try and go for this, but Team Retwist is here as well. Are we about to see 3 teams just dive on to this first cash out? This is crazy. They did get a steal. They're running away. Now this is their perfect opportunity to set up for a defensive play. The cash out is in their hands. They have all of the time in the world. Cash out is about halfway done, almost there. And yeah, no, what is going on, Waltz? This is the weirdest handoff I've seen. Nobody's diving directly on that.
The Rabble Rousers got completely backstabbed by Ape Aura. They thought they could hold on to this point, but instead they just got beaten down. Not the position they wanted to be in, which means that Team Retwist just got a completely free point, and Ape Aura now are the ones on point pushing. They didn't move fast enough as well. The steal went out so quickly that both teams were just caught unawares, and this has given Retwist a lot of time to set up. Finally, Hashi drops this point to the ground, sets up his goo, has the DMAT. There's a dome shield as well. Can they get onto the point? Team Retwist, where are you? You need to get onto the point. There they are. Brendy finishing off BMO, looking for the second. The medium goes down right behind him. Udrakoni not far behind. Gets one on his way out, but it's not quite enough. And no third party is incoming as the rest of the fight is over on A, as Stepper is trying to take it away from the Rabble Rousers. Not a lot of time left on this cash out, and it is exposed in the middle of nowhere. Rabble Rousers moving onto the point, looking to take this. They set down the goo. They have a very defensible position, but there's a glitch nade taking out the dome shield, but the steal is still going through. He needs to get to the other side of the goo. They take out one. They do finish him off. Looking for the second. He does have a defib. It goes out, but the cash out is not going to be in time. Trying to run that minigun on Slothy. He has to turn around. Varian takes down as well with the defib. Go for the kill. He doesn't. He can't finish him off.
Yes!
Slothy goes down. Amazing plays from Unfortunate, wiping the entire team of Rabble Rousers. Incredible plays from him, juking in and out from behind to that goo. Amazing plays with the FAMAS.
Yeah, the Steppers are really stepping up. This is a great performance, and it seems like the Rabble Rousers are basically on their level. That was such a close battle. We even saw him trying to go for a res, but then was like, nah, I can get this with an elbow, and got the wipe. I mean, just truly a fun way to watch these two teams go at it. But the cash outs have now started for cash out C. Vault O over there has been tapped, it looks like, by Ape Aura, so they will likely take that over towards D. Not really seeing much doubles today, and I'm kind of enjoying it. I'm really enjoying that there are 2 battles going on simultaneously and not everybody diving on and it just being a massive cluster, kind of like we saw a lot in season 1 or season 0. But with all that said, we move over to Varian as he tries to pull out that infuser, heals up his teammate almost immediately, and let's see if they can hold it, or I'm sorry, go for the steal. Cash out C is starting to run down with the Team Retwist in firm control and a level below them. So there goes the C4, blows it up, but does drop that cash out. He's having to move in there to try and heal them up, but Brindy goes down in that battle, as well as Spawns. This is their opportunity. They've carved a little window for them, and they need to get in there. I'm also seeing a minigun on Slothy. This is quite the change up. This is a good position for them to be in, and I think that they're going to get it. The steal has gone off. Ape Aura has been wiped. Team Retwist has been wiped as well, and we are seeing the next people hold these cash outs.
I was just about to say that I was actually this is the Team Retwist I wanted to see. They were finally putting it together. And then I didn't even have to speak the words before the caster's curse came through, because Team Retwist immediately got just bent over and destroyed by the Rabble Rousers, taking them down. They still have time. There's still only 2 cash outs as they take their fight to the other side of the map. But right now, Apes are looking to aggress onto this point. The minigun from Slothy, you called it out. It's going to be a great defensive option for them. Very easy for them to defend on these points, especially when the timer gets this low. You drop that down with a DMAT. They're looking for the enemy team, and RPG does go through. It takes take very low. He doesn't have a lot of health left, but Apes have to go for this steal. The goo is there, but the 93R is going to finish off Hashi. Looking for the heavy as well. Udrakoni does take out one, but there's no time left. They got the kills, but they're not going to get the cash out. It's just going to go through. This is a successful hold for the Rabble Rousers, and getting brought down. Udrakoni running away. It's all on BMO, but this is not a fight that matters that much. He's looking for a couple kills, but he can't even finish off one. Rabble Rousers doing very well right now.
Yeah, can we see the scoreboard? Because I'm kind of curious if the Ape Aura have just not been able to find kills. Yeah, Hashi just isn't getting connection on any of these shots yet, and I don't know what changed from the last map to this one. I would expect them to be doing really well on Sis Horizon, so maybe it's just a communication thing. Maybe they just had a misstep in the beginning and are still trying to figure it out. But hey, this is what's happening, and this is kind of why I was pointing out that this might be the most balanced lobby. When you have somebody going from first to last, things are wild in this lobby, but now we're going to see these last two cash outs. We're watching as Vault 5 and 6 have spawned. Both teams are trying to go for it, but Ape Aura have now pushed off the Steppers. They were trying to go for, look like Vault 5, but they are now changing up and going directly for cash out B. This will be a great opportunity for them to push, and I don't know if we'll see a lot of double or triple teaming.
Already a couple taken down over on the Vault fight. They're looking for the final member of Apor. They do go down, which does mean the Vault is successfully in favor of Rabble Rouse. They're going to get a plug, but the fight is happening on the other side of the map between Steppers and Retwist now. The plug is going here, but the aggression is coming out from the Steppers, trying to take this away from Team Retwist. Currently, Team Retwist are going to be getting a second place if they can hold on to this. And while it's not first, they definitely would prefer not being third instead. RPG out, looking for a drop on him, but the Dome is ready to eat it. He does pull in the heavy, but they don't quite fall. He does fall now. The DMAT keeping him down. Llama taking out his counterpart with the heavy. It's 2 down for each side, but Just Angel finishes off spawns as well. The swipe comes out for Retwist. The light battle going in favor of the Steppers, and that is going to be a retake, or not a retake, but a steal for the Steppers, looking towards the other side of the map. We have a steal being attempted. Gateway bringing Apora high into the air. You yearn for the trees, but there's no trees here on this desolate forest of a Zen Garden. Already 1 down. Hashi not going to be back in this fight as the rest of the team, Slothy from behind with the minigun, is just tearing through that mesh shield. It is not going to keep you alive for long. They've successfully rebuffed the apes, and we move back over to the other side of the map where Retwist are desperately looking for a rematch against the side of Steppers. They need to take this back or they will be relegated to 3rd place. They see some C4 on the point. There's a C4, there's a gas. They need to clear that out. At any point, that could get popped with so little time left. They're on the point. You can see the side of Steppers running very rapidly, but I love the high ground here from the side of Spawns. He's trying to help his team out, though. Llama goes down. They do get a defib. They're back up to full strength, but Steppers are very, very strong. Kip is low, though. Llama takes him down. The heavy counterpart. They have to start for the steal. Don't forget the point of the match here, guys. You have to go for something, but Just Angel from the high ground is just raining down the damage. It's too late for them to steal. Steppers are successfully able to take this one. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Ape desperately going for one last attempt. They're gonna get wiped. They're crumbling in the face of the Steppers, but the Rabble Rousers hold on to their cash out and get a solid 2nd place in this 3rd map.
Yeah, what a finish to Sis Horizon. I'm honestly super impressed by the Steppers, especially Just Angel. This is somebody I have not heard of before, so this is really cool to me when I find somebody new that is just kind of popping off like that, because wow, that was cool. These people are going against giants and they are doing great. So this has been really exciting, really fun. And yeah, look at that, man. These are some really heavy hitters in this match. And just the fact that Ape Aura went from first to last. We have Hashi that got 0 kills. I don't know what happened there, but they just weren't able to find the footing that they had in the last match. And it is just I don't know. It's just really impressive to see a lobby like this, because this is really what's exciting.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's just these teams are very evenly matched, and we're seeing teams that got 4th in the previous match getting 1st and then dropping deck down. Very even. It's all over the place, and it does make me wonder how these teams are going to do as they move up against some of our other teams that have been really swinging hard. Retwist struggling a little bit there right at the end. The Steppers have been stepping up. Not to put
Yeah.
too fine of a point on it, but I'm very impressed by the work that they have been doing. And yeah, Kip is a player that we've been watching for a while. He played a lot with Apo and Strafes. They were a stack for quite some time, and then did break up. They played as Oni Legends in season 0. They joined halfway through. It was incredible, and we really appreciate them for saving the league and coming in. But it didn't go super well for them, so I'm glad to see Kip step in on the Steppers. It's a lot of the word step, but it's really nice to see him do well. And I've seen Unfortunate once or twice, and I'm excited to see more of what this team can do, because Just Angel was running the XP54, very different weapon from what we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. And I am happy too to see Kip Kip on a team and a team doing well because Kip Kip to me is just kind of a really well known name in the scene. So it's cool to see him. He can really pop off at times. And I think the combination of Unfortunate and Just Angel seems really good for them. So yeah, just somebody to watch. But I've mentioned it before, just all of these teams are really quite amazing. But that is going to bring us to Fortune Stadium. And Waltz, I have a little thing I want to do. Since we are moving into Fortune Stadium, I felt it would be good to start this map off with a fortune. So I am generating a random fortune right now for you. And here we go. Your fortune is a poorly drawn map will lead you to treasure. So there you go, everybody. Maybe that's for you. Maybe that's for somebody out there. I'm not sure. But here we go, getting started on Fortune
poorly
Stadium.
drawn map is in your future. You know, there was a book I read where somebody thought that the Monopoly board was a poorly drawn map of the world. So maybe it's something like that.
I love it, and I love Fortune Stadium, but here we go, getting started. Can Ape Aura have a better match than they started in last time? Is this their place to find their footing? Is Fortune the best map out there? Of course it is, and we're watching as Unfortunate tries to come around them and immediately gets Hashi down. Can he find the second one? He goes for the elbow, but sadly unable to get it, and Udrakoni takes it from there. So there is the 93R popping off. Very low health on all of Ape Aura, and they were able to bring down the Steppers. So cool to see. Maybe they found out their flaw in the last one, or maybe they've just loving Fortune Stadium.
Yeah, you know, I have been a 93R lover since it first came out. I played almost exclusively 93R.
You did?
Oh, these teams are fighting now. The FAMAS doing its work. The close range hip fire with that weapon is so good. As they're finishing off two, there was smoke damage, I believe. Not smoke damage, but gas damage that took out one member of the side of Rebel Rousers. They do look for this defib here. Brendy going to bring spawns back up as they look to close in on the final two remaining members. Slothy with the minigun. He's finally spun it up. He got taken in, but he spawns, clutching it out for his team, getting this win. But this is a very delayed cash out. We're a quarter finished with B, and A has not even yet begun.
Yeah, and look at this. The Steppers are down all the way at the bottom. They have $500 to their name, so they have one kill. This is kind of unexpected. I love the mix-up because everybody here is just so competitive. They immediately spot out. Just Angel finds one of the players on top of the building, but decides to just dash out of there. He didn't even take any damage, but he immediately repositioned himself, I think because his team is going for a steal. So that's actually a really good play because it's now forced Ape Aura to push down on them, and he has a perfect line of sight on nearly all of them. They're jumping right into him. Can he get some more kills? There's two down. They're going to go for the steal and most likely get it. Healing his teammates back up with the infuser. They throw down some goo. It blocks it, and I don't think they're going to be able to stop it. Hashi is the last person remaining, but Bimo looks like he coined in as well. So they're trying to go for another steal, and yeah, not what I would choose either, Waltz.
Appo, not Appo, but Hashi got very, very aggressive. I don't know why I'm saying Appo, but Hashi got very aggressive there. His team was about to coin in. They still had the defender coin bonus, and now he's going to wipe. He does coin now, but they're very delayed. It's not where they want it to be, and the Steppers have the ability to set up. He goes down here. No, this is crucial pick. Bimo is going to go down. Now there's 3 versus 2. They're going to finish off the next one. It's all on Udrakoni, but can he go against 3? He cannot. Steppers hold on to their cash out, looking to go for the double win in a row. As Ape just struggling there. It did not feel like they were on the same page with that fight.
Yeah, just some bad choices in all honesty. And, you know, sometimes it happens. Sometimes, you know, you've played a lot. And you got to give them credit. Sometimes they just make bad choices. You're a player, and in the heat of the moment, it is hard to make the right choice 100% of the time. So, not sure what they were doing there, but they're going to reset. They're going to come back into it. And I don't think that that is going to be the final nail in the coffin for Ape Aura. We saw them have a good start to this map, and I think that they'll find their footing pretty soon. So, moving over to Just Angel. Nope, take it back. Going to Kip Kip. Has an RPG in his hand, looking for somebody out to throw that down onto, and he's really close to a lot of teammates, but nobody's making their push there. Cash Out A is just running down. Team Retwist is going to get this. I don't think anybody's going to take it, so the battle is really going to try and focus over this next vault and the next Cash Out. Vault has been popped. It is now in the hands of one of the Retwist. They go through a gateway.
They're going for the double.
They tried to double it. What a wild play. But now they're still in control of it. They have the vault. They're going to take it and run and get the plug. So even if they didn't get the immediate double and double cash out, they're going to get the cash bonus. And people are just going to ignore them for the most part and let them get the plug and go over to Vault 4.
What a play that would have been, getting the last second double, so there was no counterplay. Unfortunately, fortunately for the rest of the lobby, but unfortunately for Team Retwist, they could not make that happen. But they still, this is why that tempo is so important. They're able to keep pushing forward. And now they have this plug, and 4 not even being tapped means that they're going to be able to try to do this again, potentially, in the future with the next vault after it spawns. There's a lot of time for them to figure out how to make this work as Steppers. Looking to approach this point. Somebody's got to tap this. Brendy actually has done so, but now he's been caught out. He's bitten off a little bit more than he can chew, but the reload is there. Just Angel cannot finish him off. Brendy gets the tap and gets out at dodge. Not going to be able to hold on to that vault, but they are successfully going to be able to grab the $1,000 bonus from tapping that.
Yeah, that is a help, and it really can change the battle when we see something as close as this. It is just 14,000 versus 17,000. A couple of the teams a little bit lower than that, so they need to find a way to get back up in there. Honestly, the destruction is quite cool, too. I'm not sure if y'all saw that. We did get an enhanced destruction lately, and I am seeing it. It is changing a little bit of the battles, but overall, just very visually, it's quite cool to see. So just something I wanted to take note of, as that building used to crumble completely differently than it is, and it just has a nice little impact to it right now. But the teams have kind of slowed down just a little bit. We still have over 3.5 minutes in this match left. 93 are in the hands of Varian, which is a very capable player of using that, and I really am excited to see if he's able to get something going. Wow, look at that movement as well. That was like somebody going up a spiral staircase. I've seen a lot of movement, and that was quite cool.
That was probably one of the cleanest I've seen in a while.
Right?
That was so smooth. That looked like I wonder. I don't know if Varian's not a controller player. I'd be very surprised, because that was very smooth very smooth. But maybe he's just that good. Maybe he's got that sensitivity dialed way down. As he's looking for, he's gonna get caught. He's taking some damage. He's gonna get picked off. The movement isn't helping you when you just run into the middle of 3 Varian. You need to stay alive a little bit longer than that. There's not enough time now, trying to get rid of that zip line so he can go for the long res, but there's not a lot of time left. He gets the revive here, but they still only have a few kills. They've just been very far behind on their tempo. Retwist taking this, they can run away and take C now. They're gonna run over and try and third party this point. Llama on the high ground, they just get away. Rabble Rousers went for a steal and are just left sitting around with nothing to show for it.
Yeah, I mean, are they going to be able to get this steal off? No, it seems like it went in the hands of the Steppers, which is really great for them, because this will bring them up to first place if they're able to hold on to it. Cash Out is running down. We are halfway there, and we see the approach right now by Ape Aura. They desperately want to find a little hole in there or get somebody down to find any opening, but sadly, they are very split up. There goes Kip down in that first battle. We see a res going up, but it looks like the goose stopped them. Everybody's on top of each other and just clipping into each other. It is down to just Angel and BMO, but it looks like Unfortunate is still in there just a little bit as well, but Ape Aura go down in that fight, and they will take control of it. The Steppers hold on to this Cash Out, and I don't think anybody will contest them before it is done.
Incredible stuff from Just Angel. He continues to clutch out in these situations where his team needs him to do so. And now Retwist looking for yet another plug. They get this one right past the Rabble Rousers. Still waiting for their heavy to respawn. It looks like they were able to get an entry frag onto Slothy, which means he does get to coin here. That is his last remaining coin when he comes up. It normally doesn't matter much, but sometimes it does make the tiniest bit of difference. We'll have to keep an eye on that as Rabble Rousers now looking. They're actually getting spotted on the stairs. Brendy playing a little bit far away from his team, but he's close enough that he can meet them when he needs to. The Heavy's in the other corner. He's going to get caught once again. Slothy, you just used your last coin. You can't be out here like this. You need to be safer. And the movement from Brendy is keeping them aside. The goo goes down. He's trying to go for the defib, but he's going to pay for this with his life. Take one is going down. Slothy soon to follow. The full wipe for the Rabble Rousers, and Team Retwist have found their footing in this matchup.
Yeah, and I hate to say it, but the Rabble Rousers are just giving me flashbacks to the team last season that they were playing as, and it just is not the most well-defined team. So I'm curious if they are able to kind of work through these issues as the season goes on. But watching now as Hashi just deletes Ujakoni and, I'm sorry, Kip deletes the rest of them, and they get in control of the vault. They're going to take it over there and get it started on A. No doubles going on right now, but they have just a few seconds to get it plugged. Are they going to make it? Yes, they make it with 5 seconds left. So plenty of time for them to now set up. Steppers are in control. The Steppers are dominating. Somehow this has turned
boy.
into Team Retwist versus Steppers. Walt, are we going to get into another kill battle?
We are in another kill race here. Look how close these teams are. They're exactly the same amount of cash right now. They have the same number of kills, the same amount if they finish these cash outs. So it all comes down to how many kills can they stake. Dueling with that minigun. Actually, Kip goes down. You're not going to be the same amount if you just lose the cash out entirely. You need to be safer here. Not much left for the Steppers. Unfortunate. Getting healed back up. It's just Angel and unfortunate. Kip. Might he get revived on the side? But Take One gonna go down! A quick kill from BMO. The Apes are here, rolling onto the site. But here comes Retwist as well. Because of their tempo, they're so far ahead. They have a chance to contest this. The steal coming in from Udrakoni. Apes looking to hold on to this last minute, but the damage is there. The heals are there as well. They managed to get the steal. They've held on to it. They make it through the infuser, healing through all the damage. They secured third place on Apes, but this commanding position from Retwist gives them first.
Oh my god, that was ridiculous. How much damage he was getting dealt, and then just that infuser just keeping him alive. They were able to get the steal, and yet I love plays like that, Waltz. They're just keep me on the edge of my seat. I don't know which way it's gonna go, but there you have it. They were able to get in there. It only bought them third place, but it definitely helped them, especially stay away from like the rabble rousers. Look at the difference in cash between the first, second, and third, and it is just quite impressive. These teams are fun. This is a fun group. I'm really happy to also see the Steppers just continue to pop off. I see a lot of potential with them, and yeah, they are definitely staying strong against teams like Retwist.
And they definitely, there was a little bit of a humble right there at the end. Steppers had two teams running directly at them. So they had the opportunity to get kills. And we were talking about that kill race. If they had just stayed alive and gotten kills as teams tried to go for the steal, they probably would have been in first place. But instead, they had that very unfortunate initial death onto Kip. He just could not survive through. And then his team was just the last second steal coming up from Apes. Even if the last second steal hadn't come from Apes, I think that Retwist may have been in the lead. But we would have to go back and actually check out the scores. I wonder, what if the infuser just did it only did the max heals when you got a headshot and like, on your team, and then otherwise it did reduced damage. Like, then you have to actually aim the infuser, you know? Like you can hit the body shots and then it's good, but you know, you have to hit a headshot and then it actually does a lot, you know. I don't know, man. Like, it's just, we've seen these crazy I guess that doesn't fix the fact that like you could still do headshots while somebody's stealing. I'm just blown away by how much healing Apes had there. Just he should have been dead 5 times over. And managed to get that steal.
Well, you know what, Waltz? I hope somebody clips that change request you just made, because I am waiting for the day that I see that in the patch notes, and I think that's actually a really good suggestion. Like, in all honesty, I think we might need to talk about that on our podcast, because that's a good rework in my opinion. But hey, we're moving over to Las Vegas. This is the reworked Las Vegas, and a lot of these teams are quite good and quite competitive on it. So I'm curious if the Steppers are able to continue their dominance in this, or if we just see this turn into another battle of Retwist versus Steppers. Maybe this is the opportunity for the rabble rousers to get back in there, show us why they made it so far last season, and if they can do it again. But again, getting started on Las Vegas.
Moving up to that high ground, we'll see teams continuously look for this position. It just gives you so much flexibility on where you move. But on this vault specifically, it always spawns. This is always spawn number 1. So the teams know where it is, and they're not going to be able to get that initial tap. Now, the tap doesn't matter so much. Llama with the SA-12, not going to be able to do much from range. I'm curious, actually, is Brendy on the FAMAS still? Did he run Pike? What is Brendy running right now? I'd love to be able to see if he's going to be running something for that long range. It looks like he is running FAMAS. Okay, so he is running FAMAS. Definitely one of the most popular picks right now for medium. It has basically been FAMAS, Pike, and Model are the only 3 weapons we see for this class. And now Brendy has to get away. Nice use of the DMAC. Closes it up behind him, but unfortunately Llama gets taken out by the ARN. We haven't seen a ton of ARN, but BMO getting a pick onto Llama as they run away means they're going to successfully grab that vault and be able to make the plug. So Apes in control of that, still dueling with them on the other side. But here, following rabble rousers versus the Steppers, Holding on to that point right now. Take one with the Pike. A lot of enclosed spaces on Vegas. Not something you expect to see the Pike on, but if he can hit the shots like this, he can do so much, but he has to hit them, especially against these lights. That's exactly what the Pike is for. Melting these lights in the air. Not a lot of accuracy with that. No deaths yet, though. They're still alive. They still have a chance at this as they push in. The Steppers playing very, very disciplined, not getting into fights that they don't need to do. They might be able to find Just Angel here. He gets away. He has a gateway, so he's able to survive again, stymied by the movement of the Steppers. The rabble-rousers are running out of time. They have to eventually go for this point. Finally sitting onto it. They winched it, but they winched it right into the waiting arms of Steppers. They've run through the door, and they're getting completely melted right now. Already, Just Angel finishing off take one, looking for the second one as well. All three go down in a matter of seconds to the rabble-rousers. They ran around for so long, only to run into the waiting arms of the Steppers. Disaster.
Yeah, the Steppers played that perfectly. I mean, every step of the way, they were ready to counter whatever the rabble-rousers threw at them, and that is just a sign to me of a really well-defined team. So, cool to see. I'm really impressed with them, and I'm curious if they're able to continue it. But we move over now as Brendy throws some goo down. They're going to try and steal this right out from under Ape Aura, but this cash out has a lot of places to fall, so it can fall down, and it's in a very open area, and we saw the C4 already surrounding it, and look at this. Ape Aura is now on the Mega Dome, but there is the drop. It's going to force Ape Aura to push in there. The cash out is running down. We're down to past the last fourth of it. They need to dive on it right now if Team Retwist want to steal it. There goes the steal. They're trying to drop some gas on it. There is gas that went off, and it does look like it stopped the steal for just a moment. They have maybe one more opportunity to do it, but look at this. It is just covered completely in gas, and nobody is able to make it. I saw a winch claw go off. They pulled it out just a little bit out of position. They need to stick it if they want, and they aren't able to get it. Are you kidding me? What a great stop in there, and they are unable to do it. They hold on for just a little bit of time, and Hashi survives on a sliver of HP. What a wild steal. What a wild stop. Great way for them to get into this match.
You wonder why people are running the winch. It's for moments like this. There's so much versatility with what you can do with this specialization. It's no surprise that teams are really prioritizing it. The Steppers jumping in very aggressively towards the rabble-rousers. It worked last time, but this time the rabble-rousers get the plug on this as one is already down. Unfortunate, getting carried away. Needs to be revived by Team Just Angel. You're dueling with a Pike. That's very dangerous, brother. You need to be very careful. The long res coming in from Kip Kip, but he's been found out. He's actually going to go down. He does get the res onto Unfortunate, though. Perfect timing for him. Unfortunate turns around and gets the defib onto his heavy, but Slothy is going crazy right now, finishing off two, but they have to turn around. Team Retwist is here, grab the steal behind their backs, and the rabble-rousers find themselves third party. Fortunately, they are all alive, but now they have to once again fight another team and then go for the steal.
Yeah, this is such a back and forth. Every team is trying to give it everything they have, and I'm really honestly surprised that Team Retwist is struggling as much as they are. But we're watching now as Take One tries to move that Pike. Can he get on top of them? They found him. He got Brendy down. What a great shot! But sadly, he gets traded off almost immediately. And Varian is going to get the kill and get the res on his teammates. So the rabble-rousers will need to regroup, possibly go for cash out, see if they can take it and if they have enough time. Take One now trying to find anybody out with that Pike. He is staying at a little bit of a distance. This is good for his team to spot anybody on the approach. C4 is still on the point, so this could cause some damage, create a hole, but they are able to get the steal. This is great for them. Now they have to set up and hold this for the last half of it. Moving over to the other side, we see a steal going off on the Steppers. They try and grab it, and they're able to get it very cleanly and moving in. Yeah, where are the Ape boys? They need to get in there and try and stop this steal if they're able to, but it doesn't matter because the steal has already gone off. We see them riding around, and Bimbo goes down in that, sliding into his own death. Winchclaw pulling it in. The shotguns are lethal. They are pulling each other into this battle. A res goes off immediately, and it looks like Kip Kip is back in there. They push in with the SA. SA off, but is now just down to Yujikoni and Just Angel. They want to go for a steal, and it is forcing them to try and push in there, but this is probably the smart move. We are now watching as Yujikoni gets Hashi back up into this battle, but right away, Retwist is here as well. The third party is going off, and this is not good for Ape Aura as they get wiped in that battle. Cash out just slowly ticking down, and it seems like Retwist are going to be able to hold on to this.
Steppers have come to third party, though. This is not a free cash out by any stretch of the imagination. They do get a winch onto Varian. Needs to get away. He's not going to do so. But the steal is going out. Can't take your eyes off the prize here. A C4 blows up, but it's not going to be enough to dissuade the side of Steppers. They're going to be able to get this. No, the goo goes down. It doesn't prevent them. Brendy, with an uncharacteristic miss of the goo, cannot prevent the steal. His entire team melting as well to the combined weight of the rabble-rousers and the Steppers. And that's 2 in a row that the Steppers are able to take away, putting them into first place as we look towards our last 2 cash outs.
Yeah, and this is a battle of battle. Look at how close it is between the top 3 teams. The only team, shockingly, that is struggling is Team Retwist. They are just not finding their footing. Maybe Vegas is not their map. I don't know, but this is really, really close. Within the top team only in lead by, what is that, $8,000, maybe even less. Yeah, now it's 6,000. So really a close battle. I'm not sure who's going to end up taking it at the end, and I will be very surprised if this ends up being anybody's game. I really think it is anybody's game.
Rabble-rousers playing for the steal. They want to catch them as they go for the plug. They know that they're here. Wait, there's the gate. Looking for the RPG, but they get the plug and get out of dodge. Dome shields from both heavies. The winch is in there, killed within the safety of his own dome. But it's unfortunate there to pick off the other heavy. Gets a revive. The Steppers back up to almost full strength. Unfortunate Kip facing off just Barry, and the Rabble-rousers playing for the surprise, but we're unable to actually take care of it. Looks like a long res going to be coming out soon. Just Angel going to be coining back in just a second. He has 2 coins. He has it available if he wants to. Not sure why he hasn't coined back in yet, but on the other side, Rabble-rousers still waiting. They have 2 members up, 2 seconds, and the entirety of them will be there. They have a chance for this retake. They're playing for second right now. They want to take the... Actually, if they take this away from the Steppers, they could have first place. They have enough. If they take this, this is huge for the Rabble-rousers right now. Looking to find their way in. Slothy, running the SH-12 again, has eschewed the minigun, not choosing to run this. As Retwist
this is
holding
definitely
on.
kind of a slowdown of pace from both of these teams. Everybody is really evaluating this very carefully. They want to make the approach, they want to make the push, they want to do it properly. Here comes the steal going off by Ape Aura. They sadly have to get pulled off of that. There's gas all over the point. It seems like Retwist just baited it all over there, but Llama goes down in that battle, and now it's all on Brindy and Spawns. Can they hold it? Can they stay alive for just 15 more seconds as this cash out runs down? They do have the high ground. There's a res going off on Ape Aura. Now they have the whole team there. They need to make their advance. There's going to be a last second suicide push. They demat through the wall. That's a great place to be. But sadly, they're unable to do it. The dome shield goes down, but they're holding it. What's going on? Are they going to get this steal? Did they get it? They got it. Are you kidding? There's no time left. What am I seeing? What a great steal by Ape Aura in the very last few seconds. Oh my god. And now it is down to the last few seconds on cash out A. It has changed hands as well. The Rabble-rousers somehow gotten control of it. There's not even time left. We're down to the last 10 seconds. Somebody would need to be on the cash out right now, but there is no time. The Rabble-rousers have gotten it, and this is going to change the entire battle. What an insane match on Vegas. I'm just blown away, honestly.
Oh my gosh, a complete reversal there. I could have sworn that Brendy was just melting Apes as they were going for that steal. And then, I don't know what happened. The body blocks were there, the dome shield went down, he didn't have his goo in the proper place. Like, he just couldn't finish him off. There had to have been slivers of HP left on them as they went for the steal. And again, 3 kills separating first and second, but a huge Rabble-rousers, we left for a minute. But they reformat, they came back, they took Steppers down, and like you said, the stakes, these teams are just up and down, left and right. There's so many steals, so many moments in these matches. I cannot believe that it got there. I could have sworn that the Steppers were going to take this to the finish. The last second steals on both sides of the map. I wish that we had full replays so I could see exactly what happened, because that was a crazy match.
That was crazy. Ape Oro just played that perfectly. I mean, Ape Squad has been around for a very long time, and they have some of the top players there. This
Oh
is
yeah.
evidence of it. That was a strategy. It might have
Mhm.
looked a little sloppy, but there was strategy. When they dematted
Oh
that
yeah.
wall, everybody was just trying to hide on it. Even the goo that tried to stop it was a great strategy from the other side. And just yeah, I'm amazed. I'm impressed. These are top tier teams, and wow, what a match in Vegas. Vegas, every time we've seen it today, it seems to be kind of that weird map. It doesn't seem to have a ton, of like consistency to it. So, really quite cool to see.
Yeah, and no, even the pets in your house are getting in on the excitement,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
feeding through the background there. I can see that they are having an absolute blast because yeah, you're right. The plays there, knowing that they can go through the wall, use that DMAT, make sure that they're not overcommitting to anything. Very impressive stuff, and I am very happy watching all of these teams. I think you called at the beginning. You said this would probably be the best group, and it has indeed been the most fun group to watch so far. Ending on a bang as we move into Bernal, one of our
Uh,
final maps here. We're looking at the amphitheater now and the church. Fantastic B-roll footage, and I can't wait to see. It has been, I think, I don't know that every team is out of first place, but I feel like every team has had the potential for first place as we
Absolutely.
move into this map.
Yeah, no, this is an incredible group. I'm so happy that we're ending with a group like this, and you know what? We're gonna end on Bernal. I think that this could be anybody's map. Bernal is so unique that it doesn't have a lot of horizontality to it, so it's a very kind of I'm sorry, it's a very horizontal map. It doesn't have a lot of verticality to it. We're actually seeing right now pretty much the tallest point in the entire map, and that's on the cathedral. Llama and his team set up here. They're trying to go towards Vault 2, but both teams are here and want to get in this first tap. There goes the tap going off on Llama, and he is now trying to reset as he knows that it seems like the steppers are really close.
Yeah, that last map did not go the way they wanted to, so they really want this final map to go. A long-range RPG does tickle Kip Kip a little bit, but not enough. His light getting pushed very aggressively, though. Spawn's nearly about to go down. Has to reset. Llama gonna go grab that, toss it up to his medium, just a long yeet into the air, and he's gonna be able to get out with his life. He's being chased very much, drops his dome shield, but on the backside, Spawns takes out the counterpart of the light, looking for this one-on-one duel. It is won by Kip Kip, but they drop down. Brendy's gonna finish him off. That's a full wipe for the Steppers. They're gonna be taken down. Ape Aura as well, going down to the other side of the map. Retwist with an early plug and a little bit of a delay, but the rabble rousers very soon as well, so not too much of a stagger. These cash out tempos are going to be keeping very even this match.
Yeah, and you said it perfectly earlier that I think every team has come either in first or very close to it, and we haven't had that in the other two groups. Like there was normally one or two teams that were the dominating force, and in this one, if you asked me to rank them, I couldn't put them in order because this is just how close it is. Moving now as Take One is trying to get some shots off with that pike. He has some good distance with it, and this is honestly a really good map for it. Watching now as the approach from Ape Aura comes in here, they do get Yujikoni down, and he throws down that goo right after dematting through the floor. He knows he's being chased, and sadly he goes down in that battle. It is all on Slothy trying to get him back up. Slothy gets a nice little res. I'm sorry, it is Bimo that gets a nice little res on them. Moving over, and Slothy goes down in that battle. Hashi trying to stay alive. Gets some nice kills off. They're going to get the steal, and Apora will take it.
Good start from them. That is going to put them into a second place if they're able to hold on to this. Meanwhile, Retwist getting pushed by Steppers. Once again, Llama goes down. Spawns is there. Brendy, the last one left alive, not going to be able to prevent this cash out. He might have to try, though. He looks like he's just running away, letting his team revive. Going to bring back in. They can use their tokens. And I like this play. There was really no chance of him running in. The whole team is up. They still have had their defender coins. So they respawned very quickly. Now they have a chance to push. They can still get into this. Only about 15 seconds left, though. They have to make this push very, very quickly. They're on top of this point, winching it to the corner. They're now going for the steal. The DMAT through the wall, but they're moving into a dome. The heavy gets winched in. Kip Kip very, very low, as well as his light. But then all they have to do is delay. All they have to do is prevent the steal. The goo goes down. It does prevent that. The goo everywhere. It is just preventing the steal. They cannot even move. Retwist getting these kills amidst the chaos, but the cash out successfully goes the way of the Steppers. Even as they get wiped, they have to be happy with that result.
Yeah, I mean, Goo changes the entire battle so many times. Moving over to Varian as he's just popping off with the 93R. Can he get the third? Sadly, unable to get it as Hashi cleans him up. So really fun to see. But yeah, I've seen Goo change the battle so many times. Just that stop, just that hold, just that whatever it is a wall that just brings everything to a standstill. So really cool to see. And I'm honestly surprised that Goo isn't kind of like standard for nearly every class. But hey, that is how these people play it in the top level. But moving on, Retwist now have tapped the vault. They're going to go through this gateway and get set up at Cash Out C, throwing some C4 down on it, breaking it over, knocking it over so that it falls a little bit more evenly and covers up one of those C4s. They have plenty of time to set up, but it does seem like the Rabble Rousers are right next to them and getting ready to make their move.
We're playing probably off a jump pad here. Not sure what they're waiting for, but they have been spotted. The gateway goes into the sky. They're not going to take it. They know that they've been spotted now, so the gateway's a little bit of a moot point. Instead, they're going to run underneath and look to play from below. Definitely a difficult thing to do, but if they can go and drop someone with the D-map, it could pay big dividends.
Absolutely.
Holding themselves. Not overcommitting here. I like this from Rabble Rousers. Here we go. Now they move up onto the high ground, but the reverse jump is there from Llama. RPG goes down, misses the winch, but he drops into the bubble, gets winched in himself, goes down. Slothy chasing into his own doom. Looking for Varian on the dashes around as Brendy getting very, very low. Misses the right click, misses the elbow. He can't finish him off. Finally about to go and take him up. How long can this medium live? He's surviving on almost nothing. It's just Llama versus Varian. Heavy versus light right now, but the coin favor is in Retwist's favor. They have the winch goes through. He barely makes it through, successfully getting away from the big, bad, scary Heavy. But he's found him. He's not going to be able to get away. There's one coined in, Slothy on the backside, but Varian getting picked there is a disaster for Rabble Rousers. Retwist most likely going to be in control of this.
Yeah, absolutely. They have the cash. Nobody's really going to contest them for the last little bit of it. And it seems like we have a team wipe on the Steppers. Both teams have been, honestly, even the caches are really close right now, with only the Rabble Rousers holding back in last place with only 6,000. So it would be on them to try and get in control of these next vaults, make sure that they get some cash and get some more kills to bring themselves back up. This is the last map of this group, so every team wants to get in there, wants first, but right now, Ape Aura are holding it strong. This cash out is starting to run down for them. There might be one last push on that other one, but we're watching as Take One holds that pike, tries to spot somebody out, throwing the dome shield down. He does pop right through that. Llama going down with the help of Slothy and his teammates, but now trying to find the next kill. And looking at the other side of it, it does look like that cash out is about to finish and go the way of Ape Aura.
Apes feeling very, very confident right now. Very happy with their position in this map. As we now look towards the final set of cash outs, the final set of vaults. 5 and 6 about to spawn into this map. And none of these cash outs are going to be too difficult. We don't have one in the amphitheater. Might be one on church, but it's going to be a little bit easier than some of these wide open spaces. Apes moving towards, about to clash with Steppers. Playing very tight together. We've seen that with success for all of these teams. Jump pad is ready, looking for that RPG. Coming in from Udrakoni up on the high ground. They're not able to connect on any of those. There's the red barrel, looking to do some damage to Unfortunate, but instead they just back out, playing for the vault. Don't worry about these kills before you need to. They still see Steppers on the low ground. Playing very slow, playing around each other. Using the enemy's jump pad, actually just running away because they need to go for 6. There wasn't even a vault over there. I'm not even sure what they were doing, actually. The vault is all the way on 6. They maybe were in the wrong spot of the map, thinking it would spawn there, as A is now in control of Rabble Rousers. Still looks like Team Retwist taking a couple losses as they tried to push in. Well, hoping they can third party right now on the side of the Apes. Get up onto that high ground. They might have a chance to actually catch Take One by surprise if they spot him, if they just walk inside the hole. But instead, he doesn't see him. He's the one who gets chased away. 6 has been tapped, most likely by the Steppers over in the corner. But nobody's actually doing anything with it right now. Nobody's grabbing it. Nobody's even looking at that plug. I'm not sure why. It's just been completely forgotten. Everybody is desperate to be at this church right now. The steal does go through, but it's going to get forced away. I'm not sure what's happening in this match right now. Why is everyone just on this point?
Yeah, this is insane, and I don't know why nobody has doubled it. The cache is right there. It's 70 meters away. It is only just a sliver away for somebody to grab it, take it over there, add some cash to their total, and with how close it is, every team should be doing that right now. And that's what we're seeing. Retwist are able to come and grab it. They want to bring that over. I'm not sure. Maybe they're trying to get it away from there. What is going on over at this
Wanna
vault?
plug
We're
it?
not sure, but we're watching now as the team Steppers comes in here. They want to go for the steal. There goes the goo. They demat from above, and they're pushing in. The rabble rousers have control. They have the high ground. They stop the steal. They're down to just a last little bit, just a sliver of time as they try and get some pop shots off. They do have this height advantage, and that is a massive place for them to be in as they try and find a new vantage point. The Pike is dealing a lot of damage on this map. They push in, demat through the floor, spot somebody out, looking for those light kills, trying to bring this balance in their favor, but they're unable to get any kills just yet. There we go. Kip going down. Cash out is running down. We have just a sliver of time left. They're trying to go for the steal. Can they hold it? Are they going to hold the steal? No, they got pulled off of it, but they have one more opportunity. I don't think there's enough time for them to go for it. So the rabble rousers have held control of this entire cash out, and we're going to move over the last 30 seconds to this house cash out.
The retwist crossed the entire map, and we're able to get a plug, putting us into some overtime here. But Apes now desperately need this. This is their first place on the line. If they can take this away, they're going to be in first. Otherwise, they have to settle with a measly second and the point differential that comes with it. But no team losing members yet. Everybody's still alive. 18 seconds left, and the timer is not on their side. This is going to be a last ditch. You have to go right now. You cannot delay any longer, but it looks like they're content to just hold onto this and prevent the rabble rousers from getting anything. They're actually just playing defense for their counterparts on the side of Retwist. Apes taking the second place and letting Retwist go with the first.
Wow. All right, that is a definite way to wrap it up. We saw some controlling of the last cash out to make sure that another team just didn't get the cash. Really kind of an interesting play. Last second play as well is kind of a little bit expected, but wow, what a matchup today. This has been a fun group. Probably one of my favorite groups we've seen today. We had some crazy matches in the first two, but this has just felt really balanced. And when we have high level gameplay, to me, that's where just the possibilities just kind of expand. And I think it's quite fun to see. So this has been a fun group. Everybody played their hearts out. Is there anybody that really kind of stood out to you in the entire lobby, Waltz?
I mean, I think Just Angel for me was like they
Yeah.
came in fourth on this one, but I was very impressed by the a very consistently coming in clutch for his team. Just Angel was definitely someone that I think did really well. The entire side of Steppers, even though if they got fourth in this one, they were generally doing very well. We see them got some first, they were in seconds, they were often in contention for first place, and very impressed by the work that they were putting out. Just Angel definitely just seemed to be the clutch. I know Kip is always going to be quite good. Other than that, I mean, a lot of these are players that I'm aware of. I don't know if Take One, but with the Pike, definitely was able to
Yeah.
do some major damage. But like you said, I think overall this was just a very even lobby. Like it was just very solid, and I enjoyed getting to watch these teams. We are tallying up our points, which is very exciting because that does mean that we are about to look at kind of the end of the day and where all these are at. So I think probably time for another giveaway. We got two more of these before the end of the
Ooh.
day, guys. So in honor of some of our teams, let's go ahead and throw in the team that's our teams that did really well there. We do have our team Retwist who did take that final map. So our command for the final is going to be Retwist. That's going to be exclamation mark Retwist. Type it in there. You'll get the chance to get a $5 giveaway. Go ahead and type that in exclamation mark retwist, and you'll get the chance for that giveaway.
Yep, that is a fun giveaway. We've given away a lot of prizes over here at Pro Leagues. And, we do also want to bring up while we're waiting for the points to get tallied is that this prize pool is growing. This morning, when the EU side, we had so many people throwing in donations, both from Embark and just for other players. It was really quite cool. And we saw this entire prize pool just grow. So, Playday 1, we watched it grow by several $100s. So, it's really exciting to see that these players at the end of the day will have a
Yeah.
nice fat paycheck coming to them, just like one of you guys with a nice fat V-Buck, not V-Buck, multi-buck paycheck. So be sure you type in there exclamation point retwist, and we will do our drawing
Yeah.
in just a minute. So
And
yeah,
look at these scores though. Like
wow.
Team Ed, I mean, just insanely dominant in their match. Like we talked about this extensively when we were doing this, and I mean, just like look at them, 585, 160 points ahead of the 160
Oh my
points ahead.
God.
Like that is insane. That is
For day
actually
one.
crazy.
Yeah, this is a great lineup. Team Ed, very impressive, and Refined and Bricked being very close as well. Ape Aura coming in fourth. And then really kind of looking down this, the Nether being in fifth, kind of a more unknown team. So I'm really happy to see them even up there with the Steppers in seventh, and just some of these other teams like Off Key. They were down there at the bottom, but hey, they gave it their first approach, the first try. And we got to remind everybody that this is play day one. So these teams are still feeling it out. They're not super experienced, and all of the groups will be completely mixed up going forward. But we're seeing the. There we go. We're back on here, but yeah, what I'm trying to explain to everybody is just the fact that like Playday one, we have so many more games, we have so many more opportunities. This scoreboard, this entire kind of points will be completely different by the end of these play
Yep.
days, and yeah, we really hope you guys come and tune into more of these play days because they're only going to get more and more exciting, more and more cutthroat, and these teams are just going to get better. I know it's hard to visualize, but they will get better, and we're going to see metas develop and metas change, and it's just a blast. I hope you guys have enjoyed watching it so far today. But those are my thoughts on what we've seen today. Waltz, do you want to kind of give us your thoughts and maybe wrap it up?
Yeah, as I wrap this up, we're going to do one final giveaway in
Ooh.
honor of Embark. Thank you so much for providing the code. So the code is going to be exclamation mark Embark for this
Ooh.
last giveaway. You have the chance to get one more code. So thank you for giving those codes. But yeah, I think what we saw today was definitely the gamut of types of groups, right? We saw teams get
Yes.
absolutely dominated. We saw teams be very, very close. We saw maps that ended in kill races because the top two teams were so, so close. We saw maps that were all about second and third place and just desperately trying to avoid a double or force a double or just plug it all. Like there were so many different things we have. It really shows the depth of this game mode and why we love it so much. There's going to
Mhm.
be so much more of this. If you haven't checked out yet, check out our site. You can type in exclamation mark Pro Hubs to check out everything that we're doing. We're going to be here every Wednesday and every Saturday. Make sure you set your calendars because we are going to be doing this consistently for 6 weeks. We're going to be doing a bunch of these. We're going to be doing a bunch of these play days, a lot of cash out, a lot of me, a lot of Rio, and a lot of these players that you've come to know and love. So we're very, very excited to bring that to you guys. And a huge shout out to everybody behind the scenes, to all of the people running everything, to our dev team, to the mods, and to our production, of course, to Burrito for running everything on the
Yeah.
backside. So I have to thank you guys so much. With that, we are going to call it for the day. We will be back on Saturday with the EU and NA Playday number 2. Make sure you stay tuned for that. Make sure you are here because it only gets better. But that's going to be us for today. Thank you so much for watching. We will see you next time here on the PHL.
Have a good one.